You know what?
Hey, hey, welcome to the best pre show music selection. Despite all attempts to stop we are here, my friends, a very special stream today. Welcome. It's going to be a good one. I had a very crazy day, I'll have to tell you about. My friends, welcome to a very rare Thursday night stream as the secret achievements have been met. A. Trainwrecks forgot that there was a fucking podcast tonight. B. I am a goblin who has nothing else to do besides run a stream. And so, thus, there we are. We have found ourselves on a special stream, but not just any stream. This is one of our very rare non industry streams. It means that we are going to do all sorts of things. And that is usually a really good time, sometimes even better than the normal streams. I will still be talking about everything we talk about with the caveat that there is no real filter on what we're doing tonight. So who knows where it goes? Everything is super good. I was not here today because we're fucked. That's basically it. We got to shut down the whole office, boys. We got to shut down the whole office. COVID has come. So our landlords here in Redmond gave us a notice that several of the office buildings, including the one immediately adjacent to us, or beside us, or behind us, or however that works, have had several outbreaks of COVID. And so that's it. We kicked out all our employees today, literally. It is looking like we may shut down the office for, I mean, I don't even know how long. It's kind of like such a bad situation that America's in right now. Like, we're in a super, super, super tough situation in America. We think at least a month that we're going to shut it down. So we have been considered an essential service because we are a media company. However, at the moment, Jay Inslee, the governor, has deemed even essential services to shut down or mandate down to the lowest possible amount. So right now what's happening is we're seeing like a huge spike in cases all across Washington, all across the United States, actually. And shit's going down super hard. So he said that we have to reduce to 25% capacity or shut down. Basically shut down if able. Also, all restaurants, bars, stuff shutting down. To be honest, I don't know why bars weren't already shut down in the area. I thought that was like fucking dumb. There were people like going into bars and there's like 30 or 40 people in there and they all are not wearing masks as soon as they go through the door. It's like people are so fucking stupid, dude. I've literally just been a fucking troglodyte for the past like 6 months. And like I've like for the most part I don't see anyone unless I go out for groceries or I guess I have like a meeting here. But nothing shut down in Washington, so now we're getting a huge spike in cases. Because of all the fucking people that are like, God damn it, the COVID ain't real. It's a product of the lizard people. They're trying to control our minds. Like it's just fucking not wearing masks and like fucking up everything. Meanwhile, like fucking Taiwan has a goddamn literal rave with like 10,000 people. Not a single case because they fucking paid attention. I just don't know why Americans can't listen. So, now we're fucked, basically. We're in a pretty bad situation. So we sent away... So this whole day, basically, we were sending away all of our employees. We're in a very shitty situation because the vaccine that is coming out is not really going to be available for like 3 to 4 months. And yet we are absolutely going to have the worst cases over the next 3 to 4 months. So it's like an inflection point. I honestly don't know when we can reopen. It's looking like it might be a long time. So luckily, most of our business is remote, but problematically, like half of our business is focused on the studio, and half of it is focused on the influencer side. So influencer side doesn't change at all. In fact, probably gets better. But the also hi, good evening, hello. We're gonna pour ourselves some wild sage mint tea. Normally, I have green tea during these streams, but I'm actually gonna be drinking herbal tea from my Eve Online cup. Isn't that cool? This will be very good. Why am I yellow? Because I didn't turn on my studio light. So the light isn't technically 100% balanced. Now it is. Now it's 100% balanced. There you go. So I shut down the studio. So half our business is influencer side. Half of our business though is creating advertisements for brands. And a lot of times we do in studio work. That's why we have an 8,000 square foot space because we do a lot of in studio work. So unfortunately, all of that it was pretty much already fucked, but now it's completely fucked, 100%. So we're in a pickle. I will not be leaving the office because me being here already counts as isolated. So makes no difference if I'm here or not. So streams will continue. Everything will be normal. You guys won't notice anything. But I will it's annoying for me. I'm already like maximum isolated. I don't talk to anybody. I don't see anybody. I'm actually like a fucking goblin. I just like fall asleep on the couch eating whatever. Wake up at random times. Do you cut your own hair? No, dude, my hair just stopped growing actually because I'm just balding, so my favorite business goblin. Thanks, dude, for the 6. Grats on your 6 months, man. It's a new badge. Yeah, I'm just turns out you never have to cut your hair if you're just perma bald. I'm balding, dude. I'm Baldy's adventure. With your affiliate video stream the other day, has the new YouTube rules changed any of your thoughts on platform options? No. Everything's the same. You can watch my VOD. It's up on the other place. Do you think the United States will shut down fully? No, because the federal government doesn't have the ability to mandate that. They have to go through states. There's always going to be a state that's like, God damn it! COVID's being caused by the 5Gs. So we're always going to have that shit. It's just, America's not a place where people can just, like, I don't get it. Like, in South Korea or some shit, people are like, oh, yeah, you know, that's chill. Like, we should stop breathing on each other. That'd be cool for like 3 months. And fucking America, though, they just can't deal with it. America cannot handle anything that threatens their fucking individualism, no matter what. Like, if it's even slightly inconveniencing, okay? It's like, okay, so you can decide, all right? Sally, listen, Sally. Option A, wear a mask. Option B, half the world dies. Oh, well, it's such a... Oh, well, the mask is kind of warm. It's kind of... It's a little bit uncomfortable. Yeah. In fact, I think I have some breathing problems. And it's like, dude, a guy with like asthma in a wheelchair just ran 20 miles in a mask. Nope. Can't do it. Let them perish, less tax collectors. This is a bad take, okay? Because if COVID was some kind of highly personal virus that only targeted stupid, I'd be right there with you, brother. But the problem is that threatens innocent people. That's the problem. It causes harm to other people, right? Like that's the problem. If COVID were just a like a fucking smart bomb that just targeted everybody to decide not to wear a mask, that'd be great. but it would be great. But it would be it's not that. It's not what it is. So it's just like what's so frustrating is I just see so many other countries that are doing this right and have no problem. And they just like go see people. And it's like, if a single person with COVID comes in, they just lock that guy in a box till he's dead or better. Makes sense to me. Not other countries, or not all countries are good, but like a lot of countries are good. A lot of countries are fine. So yeah, we're shutting down the office. Yeah, in Taiwan they've got concerts. I know. I know. I spent 42 days in mandatory quarantine in Canada. Holy shit. But you're not dead. How does Novo continue to carry out studio production going forward? Um, we can't. We're fucked. We can't do anything. So basically, our plan is we're shifting that side of the business over to digital marketing for our advertisers and clients. So like we are going to be offering them services where previously, if they had a physical marketing budget, like conventions or public speaking or whatever, we teach them how and we help them move that to digital, which is a great business. It's fine. It's just not like what I want. Like one of the coolest things I get to do is I get to I get to do cool shit like jump out of airplanes with the US Army, rent like destroyers and do like fucking cool shit. Like we do like we have like sci-fi stuff like The Expanse. Like we do crazy shit here, right? We like film crazy shit, tell good stories. We tell stories. We're storytellers. We can't tell stories with this. It's just shut down everything. This was a Washington Pacific shutdown. This was, yes, but America is having problems all across the board. Like I heard that um man, I read a just a chilling article that over 9% of the doctors in America have quit as they are just exhausted. You did The Expanse? Yeah, we did the after shows for The Expanse. We did the Expanse official after show with Sci-Fi. And telling stories like that and creating cool events, that's the focus of our company. I mean, half the focus of it. But it's one of the things that Matt and I particularly really enjoy. Like, get the US Special Forces together, get in a plane and jump out of a plane and tell the story of like how awesome their job is. That's like fucking sick. That's what we love to do, but COVID has limited it so much. We're so limited in what we can do. Every business is. We love storytelling. It's really crazy right now. Hey, I haven't been able to catch your stream in a minute. Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while. Thanks for keeping up your sub, man. I actually quit my job in healthcare food service because of COVID. Yeah, I don't blame you. Yo, Trap Daddy, thanks for the prime, man. Stuff's getting pretty nuts, man. Whew. What kind of mic is this? This is an SM7. SM7 is probably the best streamer microphone next to the RE20, which is kind of its competitor. In terms of like a good balance of like price and I mean the SM7 does whatever you want it to do, but the reason why the SM7 is so good is because it has a very low volume floor. It has a very low noise floor. So you can pretty much modify it to do whatever you want with the right software. And it'll sound really good. Very reasonable price, but also very good sounding. This isn't my real voice. This is like a pretty heavily modified voice. Hang on. Like let me turn off the filter and you guys can see how I really sound. Hang on. Hey guys, so this is like my real voice? Okay. Yeah, so that's how I actually sound. Pretty cool, right? Yeah, Joe Rogan uses these. A lot of people use them. They're great. There's a lot of different options for mics, but okay, first of all, sorry, I forgot who I was talking. Okay, so 99% of the people in this chat ignore everything I just said. You don't need an SM7. You don't spend $400 on a fucking mic when you have like 3 viewers. It's like your mom and your dog. Just fucking use your headset mic. And if your stream goes somewhere, then yeah, you can consider equipment. Like, otherwise, don't worry about it. It would be super cool if you changed your space background to like Jita. Yeah, fuck yeah. Send me like a background. I'll do it. Have you ever heard of mod mics? Yeah, of course. I've heard of everything, dude. There's nothing I haven't heard of. Dude, I have 2 viewers and they're both me. Damn, that's deep.
Take my money, good sir.
Thank you. Good. Appreciate that. Thanks for the 5. Good way to start off the stream. For perspective, Moon Moon still uses an AT2020 USB mic. Yeah, and it's like totally fine. I mean, XQC and Tyler One still use like $20 headset mics. Production quality doesn't have anything to do with like how successful your stream is. But like you'll always find that person that is going to be like, well, clearly the AG 5000 Mike Fucker 3200A, not the B series, they went downhill after that, is the superior product. And if you don't have that, you're not going to get any viewers. Like, and it's like always some like audio person. But one of the important things to consider about Twitch is that Twitch actually encodes in a lesser audio quality than like can mostly be transmitted. So there's like a cap to what the quality actually goes out to you guys is. I think I could go look at it. I know it's pretty low relative to like 48 gigahertz, bigahertz, something like that. And it's a stereo channel. Yeah, it's not that good. And that's like the highest quality you can get, the sample rate. So ultimately, it's just a yeah, 48 big hertz. What do you think the minimum upload speed needed is to order to stream without dropped frames? It would be like 3 meg. Well, you need like 50% buffer, so it's like 3 to 4 MB up probably. I often say with streaming that people should do as I say and not as I do, right? Because I like streaming is just a hobby for me, so I do things that are very dumb with it. Like we have like a fucking like triple reinforced like NORAD fucking 1,000 GB line that's like a T3 that goes like it's wired into our building. I have like a fucking I have like 2 dual redundancy cameras at 1080p. I have like fucking all kinds of shit. I have so much unnecessary shit. I have a fucking wireless mixer that I can plug into and modify that has like 8 channels and can control everything separately. Every single one of them is individually mixed. It's just fucking dumb. And nobody needs this shit. And yet it can't download D&D maps? Yeah. This is not wrong. That's because there's like 6,555 firewalls in this shit. If there was if you were 23 and recently unemployed, what would you spend your time doing? I mean, your mom, but since you're looking for a real answer and I should provide value, I would flip items. I would go to the thrift stores. I would go to places that are selling items on the cheap, and I would flip them for cash and learn how to sell. What do you do to keep in shape? I eat really well and I walk a lot. And I'm beginning to start my training again so that I can emerge from my fat goblin cocoon and I can become an ogre. My training has begun. I'm going to do 100 push-ups a day, 100 sit-ups a day, 100 crunches a day, and run 10 miles every day until I become fucking One Punch Man. I'm already going bald, so I've already got half the equation. Let's go. What headphones do you have? This is the DT770 Pros. They're super good. They're very noise canceling, much wow. Did you get Corsair Virtuosos? I did. I use them at home. They're okay. I actually, the Virtuosos, for whatever reason, I'm getting very flat sound out of them, and nothing I do seems to be able to fix it. A. B. What's B? They're not 100% totally comfortable in the sense that I noticed they're not there. So the Virtuosos are not like that. I don't. They're okay. They're okay. They're okay. I generally like Corsair products. They have a very long battery life. The mic quality seems to be good, but it's not my favorite headset in the world, honestly. Did you talk about the XQC suspension, bro? We literally have a YouTube video about that, which you should watch. We have the whole VOD up from the VODs channel. I sent you an EQ config in the email that improves the sound. Really? Can you bump that? Thank you. It's 9 p.m. Why are you in your office? Because I have no wife or family to speak of. Have you discussed the co-creator of Twitch leaving? I will today. Dude, do you know exactly what it's like to have absolutely no one care about your existence? I mean, like, realistically. I know you guys care. If you die, you might be like, if I die, like, you might be like worried for like a day or something, but I might get a Twitter post out of you or say, rip, he was so good about industry stuff. I really loved it when he shit on Twitch, that kind of thing. But I'm no, I'm not saying this like in a depressive way. It just means that like I can do anything. I can do anything. I'm beholden to no one. Like I, it's nuts. It's just I just do whatever. Eat a pizza, serving size 4, fall asleep on my couch like a fatty, wake up 5 hours later in a fucking drunken haze. Yeah, sure. It doesn't fucking matter. Stream at 9 p.m. Nobody cares. Like, I feel like I'm just like floating through this world right now. That's big dick energy. I don't know, man. Can you scream in this office? Yeah, of course. Ah, 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 ah. There's nobody here. Nobody here for miles. Yeah, I can do whatever the fuck I want. Yeah. Like, I'm the only one here. There's literally like, I mean, the entire place is shut down from COVID. I'm literally the only person here. For it's just pitch black outside. Totally pitch black. Don't you ever get scared from the lonely office? Fuck no, dude. Though, oh my god, a couple weeks ago, some of the staff were filming, and they put up. Okay, so I usually like leave the lights off in the office because it's my fucking utility bill. So like, I like just turn them off, and I walked through the studio, and then I ran into something, and I looked up, and it was like a fucking ghoul. It was like a floating ghoul and I almost shit a brick, like a fucking like a brick. I was like, "Holy fucking shit, what the fuck?" Like, there's a fucking ghoul in here. And it turns out that my staff was filming a video for a client, and they left a fucking Halloween decoration up. And it was like this giant floating ghoul, like one of those ones from Halloween City or whatever. Dude, I fucking lost my shit. I was so scared because I'm just walking around in the middle of the night. And then, like, I just turn a corner. It's like, and I'm, "Ah!" It's like, I was just so fucking scared. I got super ass mad at my at the staff. It's like, but no, I like quiet areas. Like I go home. My home now, like my house has almost nothing in it. It's just great. It's like wood floors. There's like a TV. There's like a small like sitting area, and then I have like a zabaton for meditation and a couple of candles and incense. So I just like come in, light some incense, and then just like go about shit. It's great. Do you sleep more nights at your office or at your apartment? So when shit was going bad with the relationship memes, I slept at the office for a month. But now I haven't done that since then because I have my apartment. Like, why wouldn't I sleep there? Do you have a designated jerk off area? No, man, I have no rules. I just jerk off wherever. Stand on top of the sink and jerk off. Don't matter. Don't matter at all. How's the laptop? It's great. It's great. I work downstairs with it. Jerk off while staring down the ghoul. What the fuck? I don't jerk off at the office. That's fucked up. I would never do that. Never ever, dude. That's super fucked up. First of all, we have 360-degree camera surveillance. So that shit's getting uploaded to the whoever the fuck watches that. I don't even know. I don't even know where it goes. I know we have a feed somewhere. Look that ghoul in the eye and come with a straight face. That's that's to assert dominance over the undead. I hear you. The only room in the entire building that doesn't have cameras is this room because I disabled them. Also, the other one that doesn't have them is the bathroom. There's no cameras in there. But everything else has one. What did you say you meditate on? I meditate on a lot of different stuff. I do a lot of traditional Theravada meditations because I'm a Buddhist, so I do like a bunch of Vipassana and Anapanasati meditation. Check memes. I don't want to. I don't want to check Discord. Discord is a scary place for me now. Discord is like a weird place now. Place is very strange. You might actually like this one. Okay. Is D&D happening? As far as I know, yeah. I think so tomorrow. Mhm. That's such an obscure meme. Fuck, that's such a good fucking meme though. It's like one of the best memes of 2020 right now. This is the kind of shit our Discord community is doing right now. Like I should seriously just shut down this shit. It's just not worth it. Like, do you recommend watching the D&D campaign? Yeah, unironically, yes, and I think most of the content that I create is dog shit. Um, I actually think the Dungeons& and Dragons campaign is, like, top tier. Like, I would not miss that. The, Tarrion Vale, I think we're the best show on Arcadum. Like, we're the best one. We're very good. It's like it's a really, really good show. I do recommend it, and I don't usually recommend my own stuff. Food delivery fees. I issued proclamation a state of emergency for all counties in Washington as a result of the coronavirus disease. Until Shattered Crowns comes back. Shattered Crowns is better, but we're the best right now. No, we're talking about a Dungeons and Dragons show we do with Moon, Soda Poppin', Vigors, RFL Gator, Arcadum, Surefour. It's on every Friday at 2 p.m. on all the aforementioned channels. I'm actually the only one that doesn't stream it. Besides Vigors, he doesn't stream it all. But Vigors and Soda, it's a shit show. Oh, it totally is. It's great though. It's actually fantastic. I actually do a lot more in it than I thought I would. What were we just doing? Yeah, I need to get a vibe. I'm feeling some post rock. Oh, nice, Zenon. No, listen, guys. You guys can literally okay, you guys need to join my Discord because that's where all this information is. Okay? Because I know it's hard to believe. It's actually staggeringly difficult to believe. I know this is amazing, but Trainwrecks forgot about the podcast again, so we're not having it tonight. That's why I'm here. Fucking amazing, I know, but never happens. A delivery fee may not be more than 15% of the purchase price of an online order. Holy shit, that's cool. Wow, that's neat. Shall not cover an established total fee amount for all their services. Must agree to pay a fee that exceeds limits of one or two. Yeah, it makes my food cheaper. That's good. Serious question. Why do you promote the Discord more than anything else? Because I have the most amount of control over our users there. What I should really do if I was like a true Uber marketer is have an email list, but I CBA because I'm not a full-time brand. I'm not a full-time streamer. So like I don't do a lot of the things that I should do that would maximize a stream full-time. Here in Texas, we're just going full speed ahead like there isn't any. Yeah, you guys are speed running coronavirus right now. Texas is about to get super fucked. I heard 1 in 30 people in Texas have coronavirus right now. Like, you guys are fucking insane. You guys are like the AGDQ of fucking coronavirus, dude. It's actually crazy. What's this tab? Oh, it's just something I was reading on our Twitch. No, this isn't this isn't this is like a guy writing a fucking like 80-page guide on how to be a better streamer when he himself I mean apparently gets like 20 viewers. I just like always read these because this is basically my stand-up comedy. When I read these. Our Twitch is like I think the funniest subreddit inadvertently. Cuz you'll have people that are getting like 5 viewers that are like look at these suggestions. Networking is actually making friends. Take pride in how your stream looks. Nobody likes watching a stream that looks like shit. If your camera is awful quality, the game runs awfully overlay. Like, nobody cares about this shit. Be careful what you stream. I don't know. You should do a Reddit recap, except you don't have your own. You just have our Twitch. The problem is that if I read our Twitch enough, I slowly descend into insanity. And, like, I just can't. Like, awkwardness in chat. Have you guys had to handle someone in chat making the convo weird or awkward? I was watching someone stream the other day, and this person in chat was being passive-aggressive and snippy to another chatter. I felt like it got weird real fast, but I don't know. That streamer picked up the vibe of it. Here's a... Just ban them! Holy shit! Who cares? It's so easy. Like, just fucking ban him. Just get it. Doesn't matter. Who cares if he's being snippy? All right, snippy. Who says it? Who says snippy in 2020? How do I deal with a guy making it weird? Dude, people make it weird for me every day. You just ban him. Just ban him, dude. Like, I go crazy. Because what drives me so like, is being attractive a must to be a successful female streamer? This got 78 comments. That's 78 people that could have been streaming instead of writing that post. The last post, the number 7, was do not upload your stream to YouTube. Are you serious? And people tell me apparently that I get posted here a lot. Have you ever been in a position where a viewer got mad at you for not giving him enough attention? Yeah, okay, so here's the simple way to think about it, okay? Because I've literally brained this out, and I'll tell you exactly how this works, okay? So you just have to imagine a stream. Everyone's stream is like a city, okay? And some are small towns, some are deserts with no one that lives in them. Most are deserts. Some are mega cities like fucking New York and shit like that, okay? So like let's say that your city is like a small suburb and you have like 1,000 people in it, okay? So take all 1,000 people. Who are they going to be? Mostly employed. They'll have jobs. Homeowners or apartment renters. They'll have different interests, be interested in different things, whatever, right? But here's the thing. Out of 1,000 people, how many people, like when you're driving by and you're stopping at the stoplight, and there's that guy that's on the edge of the stoplight, you know, the parting between the roads in the middle, and he's got his dick out, and he's wanking, and he's going, right? Like there's gonna be one of those guys in your city, right? Like at least one, okay? Probably like 2 or 3, right? And that's the guy that's in your Twitch chat. Out of like the 1,000 people that you have in your city, in your stream, there's gonna be at least one that's slamming his dick around and fucking screaming, right? And like the police got to put on the fucking white gloves and they got to like take him out and put him on a bus and like ship him off somewhere, right? Like that's what you got to do. So in the exact same way, right? You're gonna get somebody in your chat that's like that. And like I like it's really important to not get stuck on the idea of like people doing that because it's just a numbers problem. You literally can't run a stream without having those people. So I just like whenever I see one of those guys come in and he's like, "Oh, live stream failed. Devin Nash said CEO, dumbass motherfucker." I'm just like, "Oh, there he is. Like, there's one of those guys." And then I just ban him, and then like 1,000 people later, there'll be another one. Like that's all it is. And like if you are a small broadcaster, so many people put a ton of energy into like keeping that one viewer because it's like, oh, I don't have many viewers, and like this one guy who's like an asshole is just being an asshole in my chat, but at least he watches me, and it's like, assholes know that, and that's why they go to smaller streams because they know that they're gonna get that preferential treatment. But you'd be doing everybody there that's lurking a favor if you just smoke that motherfucker. Get him out. Just like bad employees, just like bad people in your life. If somebody's causing you, if someone's a fucking emotional vampire and they're draining you, fuck them, dude. Life's too short. Even if you're trying to build a channel, brother, especially if you're trying to build a channel. Because when you have a small stream, even if you have 100 viewers, even, and one of them is that 1% of your channel can actually like expand to be like 20% of your problem. And now everyone else doesn't want to hang around because like consciousness, or there's a really good quote in the Tao Te Ching. And it's the quote is water finds its own level. Water finds its own level. It's a really good quote. And what it means to me is people of a certain consciousness like find their level of consciousness, right? So like somebody will come into this chat and they'll be like, and everyone will just like, shut up, dumbass, right? Because like the expectation of this chat is higher, right? But I have seen this with my very own eyes. Long-term subs in this channel, they will come here and they will like type a very well thought out thing. And then I'll go into like XQC's chat, and that same sub will be there just shit posting, just spamming down the list. Like shit posting. And I'm like, the fuck, right? And I never understood that for like a long time. It's because the expectation and the culture of a stream is different. It just depends, right? It just depends. The environment matters like a huge amount. I see so many of you motherfuckers shit posting on other channels that are in here talking some Stephen Hawking shit. Like, it's like you've got two pairs of clothes and like you put on like the suit and you like sit down for like the Devin Nash stream and you're like, greetings, old chap. The state of the economy is simply deplorable. Coronavirus continues to plague the existence of man. We need to evaluate ourselves as human beings and evolve together in one group of unity. And then like I see you like you take off the suit as you go into the other chat, like put on your fucking tattered rags, your like dicks hanging out. You like come in, you sit down, and you're like, "Whoop, XQCL, farted in the microphone, retard." Like it's just like over and over again, and it's like the contrast is amazing. Exactly same thing. Like it's fucking crazy. Hey Dean, what's up? Good to see you, man. Yeah, it's like the energy is completely different. That's you on your alt account? No, my alt account is bsimp69. It only follows and consumes Twitch female streamer content. bsemp69 is my. If you see bsemp69, that's me. His name. It's short for Brandon Simpson, and so I made the name bsemp69. We made that name so that we could track how the algorithm worked because we wanted to see if Twitch would recommend us only female streamers if we played with the algorithm, and we got it to work. I believe it might actually still be logged in on Firefox. Let me see. Yeah, he is. So this is our account bsim69, and you'll notice right here it should just. So if we go to browse and we go to just chatting, it should just recommend us female streamers. Yep, isn't that cool? Look at that. How awesome is that? So we manipulated the algorithm basically to just to literally just follow Twitch girl streamers, just to see if it was possible. Because so the rules were we wanted to build something that like it would 100% recommend a certain type of broadcaster because we wanted to test how good the algorithm is, and we did it. Like it's basically 99% accurate. It just recommends us female streamers down the board. And then it only gets like weird until like a little bit later. Then there's some like irrelevant ones. It's fucking great, man. Hot tub and chill. Is this the account that sued all the Twitch streamers? No. That's funny though. What's really interesting about this account too is that it generally recommends much smaller broadcasters. And it wasn't even that hard for us to do this. We just we only clicked female streams and then we only followed individual streamers and we made sure to follow some smaller Twitch streamers. Um and so the algorithm actually makes a ton of sense when I explain how it worked. So people that are watching this kind of content are only watching this kind of content generally. So what Twitch's algorithm does is it basically looks at the behavior of users that are watching a certain type of content and going to where and recommending channels basically based. So like the average viewer goes to X number of streams. Let's say it's 10. Okay. It's more than that, but let's say it's 10 just for the sake of this argument. And it turns out like those 10 streams will be generally similar like on Twitch. Now it's not the case on YouTube, but people have like a lot of diverse interests. Like somebody might consume like science content and then they might consume like cat content or something. And it's kind of it just like depends. So on Twitch though, for whatever reason, like if somebody's a coomer, COVID, sorry. They're always a coomer. That's it. So we got it to recommend us 100% female streams by just going to a diversified set of female streams and just clicking on them. And now it just recommends them 100%. And we didn't, and importantly, we also didn't click on anything else. For some reason, we still get like Shrouded Moist Critical. I don't know what's going on there, but this taught me a lot about the Twitch recommendation system by like a huge amount. These people also watch Shroud. Dude, this is what I need. I need to watch it. I need to be a pole dancing fitness Ah! Okay, never mind. Rip. I don't have Twitch Turbo on that shit. I don't have Twitch Turbo on that shit. Debit is the 30%. Yep. Seriously, I wish I could just work out all stream. I would be so fucking yoked, dude. Best of the B-fitters. So it just turns out that people that watch these kind of streams just watch the same streams. They just watch this content 24/7. Those eyes are really expressive. Yeah, I gotta like up my quality. If I like open my eyes and like express more things. Hey guys, how's it going? Everything going good with you guys? I'm too I gotta add more to the stream in terms of my interaction with my viewers. Facial expression's important. Your chat went faster? It did, yeah. I started watching because of the Scuff podcast. I'm sorry. Oh, is this one because of my video? But you get what I okay. Am I crazy or is my Twitch crush reciprocating? This has to be a fucking troll. I'm a female in my 20s having a crush on a Twitch streamer in my 20s. It's not my first crush and it won't be my last. Judging from the posts of my community, I'm not alone, but this is different from my other crushes. Here's why. So about a month ago, I followed him on social media. He followed me back. I wasn't too surprised. He's a smaller streamer and I've gifted a handful of subs in his channel. Typical small scale simping. I do that with all my favorite streamers. I interact on social media with all of them, but I will say I was particularly excited to get followed back by this one. This looks real, dudes. Do you think this is fake or real? I've seen people talk about striking up an actual friendship or dating smaller streamers. I think this is real. I'd love to hear your experiences. I don't want to creep him out if he's just doing his job, but it's also getting hard to not have these feelings and not act on them when he's giving so many opportunities. So does this like a normal viewer streamer dynamic? All right, listen. I'm going to take the bullet for this since my boy Tyler isn't on, but chat, if we reverse the roles here, how fucked up would this post be? If that's all we did. If all we did was instead of this was a girl talking about a guy in her 20s, how fucked up would this post be? It would be 100% stalker shit. It would be like 100% creepy fucking shit. And this would be like 100 comment post. It like this entire post was saved by 4 words, 4 characters. F20 M20. The comments are like, I'm not sure the Twitch community can be much help. Like she even replied, I don't know if I want to check the post history because this might be like an OnlyFans or something. I guess I'll look at it. Oh, it's like a throwaway account. It might be troll. Created November 18th, 2020. Who knows? Honestly, a lot of small streamers do things like this. I personally wouldn't read into anything like it. I do similar interactions with viewers with no romantic intent. I get a lot of streamers tell me that like people send them nudes and people send them like pictures and stuff, and that like a lot of girls send them stuff. And that's like crazy to me. I have never had like a girl send me anything, like a message, or like nothing ever. It's so weird. I guess if you're like a fat guy that does analytics, that doesn't apply to you. But it's like bizarre. It's bizarre when I hear that. I've never had a dude send me a dick. I've never had anything. I've never had any of that stuff. It's because you do analytics instead of farting into a mic. It's because you're 54. Yeah. I got you. No, dude, don't get me. It's fine. I'm good, dude. That's I mean, I guess if I had to choose, like, hey man, okay, cause all right, I'll tell you guys this, okay? I can tell you guys this because clips are disabled. Um, we represent a very prominent female streamer at the agency, and as part of that, right? Her business emails we go through our we transfer through our inbound, so we it's inbound sales, right? Because the business inquiries email, which is a business inquiries email, by the way, business inquiries email. Okay, we read her inbound so that we can get back to sponsors if they come in. I would not want that email for anything. The amount of like, holy shit, like, dude, I thought like my shit was bad when people sent me like 6-page shit about how to use fireballs in Dungeons and Dragons and shit. But like, this is the next level, dude. It's like like there are like 4-page emails that are like, I have decided that you are my goddess. Everything that you do, your breath, your hair, your shoulder sway, the moonlight touching your skin, it is everything that I need that completes me. Marry me. I will give you all of my money, everything, to just smell your hair on a moonlit night. Like it's like, holy shit, man. It's fucking insane. Like the emails that I get are like, email number 1130, which is going to be like, hey, like, I'm gonna be the next ninja, and if you don't invest in me, you're gonna be sorry. I'm gonna get you. And I'm like, oh, cool, another one of these. But like, I don't like get the literal worship emails. What's up, S fan? How you doing? You would DM me and tell me if you repped Invader V, right? I said we rep a significant female influencer. Yes. I just had a crazy discovery I have to show you. Do you want to call me? Or is it like an off? Okay, okay. Yeah. I'll message you as soon as I'm off stream tonight. That is interesting. It's like dark magic. Okay, shit. Well, we discovered a way to resurrect banned streamers, like bring back like Dr. Disrespect and shit, right? I don't know if you follow my YouTube, but like we found out a way to bring back like Ice Poseidon's videos and shit. What video was that? Can I send you ISK? Yeah, fuck yeah. That'd be fucking amazing. It's top streamers delete everything and still get banned. You can always send me Evisk, dude. That's that's the greatest gift a man can get. I was gonna ask if we can find our old EU streams. I can hook you up with someone that can help you. Yeah, if you want, I'll create. I'll jump in I have a chat I can create for you guys. Fuck, that reminds me. I've got a really, really good sponsorship opportunity for OTK that I was working on. I need to message Miskif on that. I'm glad you came in because that just reminded me of that. 100K coming sooner than you thought. Yeah, for sure. We got 1,000 subs on the YouTube channel just today, boys. Like 1,000 subs on the YouTube channel only today. And like this latest video that we did with XQC is overperforming as well, which I thought it wouldn't. So we're killing it. The YouTube is doing very, very well. Also, just our systems are getting better too. So like we're getting close to like being able to do one video every single every day. The XQC thumbnail. Yeah, that was Captain Turtle's idea, 100%. That dude's a god. We've got so the way that we do this is we have an iterative area of the Discord that's a private area and it's called the lab. And what we do is we invite like all kinds of people into it, like infographic people, graphics designers, video editors, like experts in different fields, and then we bring them in and we just discuss marketing like all day. And so like everybody in the lab is like constantly leveling up, and that's why these are getting so good because we're always like thinking about how to do it and like our systems. It's really, really good. Our next step is we got to bring, like, if you compare it to like this kind of stuff, I'd say if there's one thing that we've done that I think really changes the meta, it's that we just had too much going on. In I think the really big video was actually the OTK video. It was the confronting OTK video was a really, really good one because it had a super good story. You can look at like you can see like the past ones here, and then the confronting OTK video doubles overperforms. That sounds awesome. What do I need to get an invite? Actual skills. It's pretty hard to get in. It's like it's pretty and like a willingness to like actually work like pretty hard on shit. I think most of us are wicked hyped for OTK. It's the first org I'm actually excited in. Same. Yeah, I think it's a really good idea. I'm a player development executive with a national gaming company. Wait. Okay, wait. That's one of those titles that sounds impressive, but might not actually be. You can send me an email, and I'll totally read it. 5,000 bits. Shit. Hey, Devin, I've been enjoying your advice and commentary, but I know you're one of the real ones when you played Small Two Pieces the other day. Thank you, man. What a fucking OG. Thanks, Chris. That's super cool you did. I appreciate that a lot. That is a huge tip, dude. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that, man. Thanks, man. How nice, dude. Made my night. That's $50. What's the best way to hone copywriting skills? You've got to learn from the greats. Ramit Sethi, Elliot Hulse, Dan Kennedy, Jay Abram. Nah, dude, I'm I'm not that good of a copywriter. I'm okay. I could definitely do it like as a profession. I could get paid for it, but I don't I'm not like one of the experts, like one of the really, really good people at it. Also, copywriting is a different skill from like um here, I'm going to try to show you. Copywriting is a different skill from like titling YouTube videos and shit. I'm going to try to find you guys some like traditional copy. Like this is copywriting, right? Basecamp's actually really well done. This is copywriting. This is so I'd say that I'm like maybe top 10% at this. I'm not very good at this. But and like this is a totally different skill. Yeah, this is copy. This is fucking really good copy. This is like pro good sales copy. Oh my god. You have like a very strong opening statement with a very big header, testimonials immediately, immediate call to action for people that already know they want it and don't need to be sold. And then like examples of like exactly what it does. So copywriting is the basically the easiest way to explain copywriting is it's the art of selling something through text, right? And typically it's the art of selling a digital or physical product through text. So the first thing I ever did, the first business I ever ran when I was 16, I sold ebooks and I would do websites like these. I mean, the copywriting wasn't nearly as good as this, but I do websites like these that and the thing that might surprise you is that typically copywriting is like very long. This is actually a pretty short copy, but typically it's very long. If you want to see something that's like done like very traditionally, like the way that I had learned, we could look like from someone that learned like from Dan Kennedy. Like this is a person that learned from someone that was from the same guy I learned from. This is very traditional web copy. So this guy learned from Dan Kennedy, and I did a lot of Dan Kennedy courses as well. Strike that exact sweet spot that allows you to pack on and strong and aesthetic muscle. Yo, it's Elliot, founder of Strength Camp. And like you'll see, so like this is very, very traditional. You'll get a like wide header, and then you'll get multiple check marks and like bullet points. And what'll surprise you about this copy here is like, look how long it is.
thumbnail send titles because the videos are very plain bagel. But
Plain bagel.
edited amazingly.
Hang on, I'll get to that in a second.
If you want, but
Look at how long this is, right?
8K on YT.
And what is happening on this page is he runs Google Analytics that will tell him exactly where people click off this page. So if they don't keep going, so you'll see like the same thing as you saw in Basecamp, right? Large title, immediate call to action. In case they know they want it, you want to put it right away, right? This is for people that are just coming here that already know what they want, so they don't want to read all of it. That's what, and then reading all of it. This is like, and like people will actually use this format and they will read through the entire thing. They'll literally read, they'll literally read through the entire, like, the entire thing. And what it will do is it will tell a story. Gaining muscle and getting strong is easy. If I want to put on muscle, I can do it by like, and you know what else I do? I stick to one program, and you actually provide like pretty good information, and it keeps going. Now there should be a features and benefits list. This is super standard. There should be a call to action pretty soon, or yeah, there it is. And then the copy continues with another call to action. The copy continues with another call to action, right? And every single one of these goes to a separate affiliate link to see which one is getting the clicks and getting the results. Now, one mistake that he has in this, I think, is he should have a call to action somewhere in the middle of this. But because this is a very long period of time to not have a call to action, and you could lose someone in this period of time, I feel like. I call sites these scam sites. I never read them. Yep. Inevitably, the dude in full sentences in chat that always says this, right? So, this is the exact reason why the vast majority of people will never run a business or succeed, right? Is because they think that this stuff doesn't work. Because they think that intuitively, because they themselves wouldn't consume this type of thing, that they think nobody else will either. But that's not true, right? The vast majority of people do consume stuff like that. It isn't a scam. This product is probably very good, and it probably does what he advertises it to do. A lot of people have gotten really fucking strong off of Elliot Hulse's programs, for example, because I happen to know him as a marketer and know he's very valuable. Also, all of these programs have legit money back guarantees too. Like, they all have, like, 60, 90, 120-day stuff. Like, this is exactly the shit that I sold. And it's not stupid people that buy stuff like this. For example, here's an example of one, um, that I think is, like, super worth the value. So, Charisma on Command, if you haven't been to this YouTube channel, they are amazing. Their YouTube channel is, like, super, super fucking good. Um, Basically what their YouTube channel does is it goes through and does these, like, individual, you could look at their views, like, their views are fucking crazy, right? Like, it goes through their individual YouTube channels, and it, like, pulls people that have certain qualities and then it, like, pulls, like, why they're charismatic and why they're attractive to people. I watch, like, so many of these videos, and, if I had more time, I would 100% take this course. I'm gonna show it to you guys. Like, so you got your standard, oh, interesting, they're doing a different thing. Where's the copy? Should be here, right? Where's the copy? There we go, okay. So, it starts with a story. This is a really weird type of copy. It's the same kind of thing, but, I think this course ends up being, like, $400 or $500. Again, same type of thing, right? Testimonials, sales copy, check marks, you'll see the same type of thing. But let's take a look at, like, what they offer real quick. So there's, like, a bunch of different modules. It should tell you exactly what you get. If it doesn't, this is bad copy. If I don't get, like, a very clear idea of, like, what exactly I'm getting. It should have a list of, like, X number of videos, X number of whatever. Maybe it doesn't. 6-week program. This is different from what I was looking at. He had, like, a thing that was, like, over 1,000 videos or something. It was, like, some fucking insane thing for, like, $400. And I would do that instantly, and then if I didn't like it, I would just, return it. This is, like, $100 for these 6 modules, I guess. With a 100% money back guarantee all time. So, if you wanted to abuse it, you could literally have bought my product, and, like, when I was selling these, you could have bought my product, you could have kept it, and you could have returned it, and I would have given you your money, and you would have gotten it for free. But most people, if they feel like they've gotten some kind of value out of something and they're not slighted from it, they won't return the product. So we never had a return rate that was more than 2%. But you kind of have to understand, like, how this works, right? So, like, how this process works, the first step is someone probably finds these guys on YouTube, right? And then they watch a shit ton of their videos. And, like, maybe because, like, 4 million subscribers is, like, a lot. They watch a lot of their videos, they watch a few of their videos, they say, shit, I want to learn more. And you want something that's more condensed. So, like, for example, if I really tried, like, let me ask you guys this, okay? If I was really serious and I really did make a course on how to grow a stream and how to grow a brand, how to grow a brand from the ground up, and I was really serious about it, and I really put the value into it, and I really did the courses, and I really provide the information, there's probably a lot of people in the chat that would buy it, that are interested in being content creators. If I charged $100 for it, without a doubt, right? Like, there's no way. Now, I don't do that because I intentionally don't do that because I want to provide the most amount, the information for free and the best that I can. But the point is, it would sell, right? It would sell really well because I'd really try on it. It's not a scam, and also, you know me to be an authority on this subject, and so you know, like, if SFan did a fucking video about how, or did a fucking guide about how to be a paladin in WoW, and that was my interest, I'd buy that shit because I know him to be an expert on the topic. So I think, like, in that way, right? Um, you grow to trust somebody, and then if you do trust them, then you will buy something from them if they earn that trust from you. And that is basically how this works. Like, the funnel is somebody comes in at the top on YouTube or maybe one of their blog posts or something like that, one of their videos, and they watch videos, they get invested in the program, and then, and here's the key part, they want more of a condensed version. So, like, I can't teach you guys all the stuff I'd want to teach you about building a brand if I were to just do this, if I were just to tell you to go to my YouTube, you'd have to crawl through hours of content. A lot of it is not to do with that subject. But if I created um if I created a program and a course that only focused on that, that would be very valuable because all of the information is condensed in that. It would save you a lot of time. And that's basically how these systems work. So it may look like it's kind of a scam from the outside, but it's not. It's very valuable to a lot of people. That's why it works. Why do you stream on Twitch if you said so many times that Twitch is a shitty streaming platform? Because my full-time job isn't to stream on Twitch. This is what I do for fun. My full-time job is I run an agency. I've been on Twitch for 8 years. I was on the platform when it was not shit. So it's difficult for me to give up my brand here. Difficult for me to give up because I really like it. And I like the people here. Honestly, I'm relatively new to this stream, but I come here daily for a deep knowledge and understanding of business. I would 100% pay for the content, but I'm appreciative and glad you provide it for free. Yeah, you won't have to. So if I was a full-time content creator and all I did was like stream on Twitch and that was my full-time income, I would switch to I would probably drop my partnership contract and switch to YouTube at this point. But because I really like the community on Twitch, I'm cool with staying here. I don't really make decisions to maximize viewership. Dan Kennedy copy. Yeah, this is very traditional. Fit gamer. Oh shit. Yeah, this is the shit. This is the shit. This is real shit. Always an absurdly high price. So all this is arbitrary, right? You just put the value out there and then you make a total value by adding it up and then you give them like another price. And a lot of times if I click into this and say I'm ready to buy, I will, and I click out, it'll offer me a pop-up for even cheaper. And a lot of the time also, I've actually seen it where on the website itself, on this part of the page, it's $97. And by the time that I get down here, it's like $50. How successful is this? So when I sold ebooks, and this was years ago before Kindle, I had about a 2 to 3% conversion. My top websites, I sold products for like 20 or 30 bucks. My top websites made about 8 to 10K a month. At one point, I had 30 websites. So, like, my worst websites made about 500 a month. And then my best websites made about like 8 to 10. I think one made 12. That was acai berries. It was acai berry health supplements. Was fucking killing it. It was actually insane. And almost all of the work I did on it was passive. The other one was knee pain. My knee pain one was really good too. And bronchitis. Bronchitis was 8,000 a month. Like 8,400 on AdWords. And I must have spent like maybe a few $100s advertising it. And then there was no cost to the product, right? Because it's just a digital book. It was just fucking killer. So I don't know like how much this guy's making because I've never seen this page and I don't know like what his funnel is. But I'm telling you, this is good copy. If this is legit Dan Kennedy copy, you always have shit like this, the testimonials. This guy looks exactly the same. So does this guy. These two guys look exactly the same. It's just him with the shirt off, then him with the shirt on and the jacket on. And this guy just has a hat on. But people don't care. That's fucking great. This guy is different. But these are probably not even people that were in the program.
Thanks
Oh,
for
I gotta read my
help on
tips. Thank you.
copywriting. The value provided
Thank you
in
for the
these
tips on
streams
copywriting. Yeah,
is
sure, you're welcome. Thanks for those
immeasurable.
stuff. I hired an editor who kills it and got my watch time up almost 50%. Nice, bro. I lost control a bit on the thumbnails and titles because the videos are very plain bagel but edited amazingly. I can send a link, but do you have any tips? I think that there are a lot of good resources to learn about thumbnail creation. The ones that I would recommend is any of the videos I've done with Ludwig on the channel are really valuable. The fastest growing Twitch streamer has a lot of information, and it's like 4 hours long. Has a lot of good information about how to create good thumbnails. Also, there's another one, exactly how to grow a Twitch stream from 0 to 100 viewers, that is also good. Those two will help you a lot. I don't want to look at your channel because if I do, I have to establish the precedent that I look at all channels, and that's all I'll do all day. But the stuff that I do, I'll give you. I mean, he gave me $5. So we got to do at least. We have to do at least 10x value, $50 of value. So I'm gonna give you the three that I've learned. Okay, I think timeless is number one, so it has to apply to any time, past, present, and future. Number two is maximum 2 things going on. And number three is probably, what's number three? I think that's just it. I think it's actually those two. I have other rules, but those are the two that I'm actually 100% comfortable recommending. So, for example, this one has 2 things going on. Pokey and text, Pokey and text. This one has 3 things, which I don't like. But it's like, so sometimes, like, this one has 2, Ludwig, delete. XQC is hammer and XQC. That's why these do really well. Interestingly, we tried some text-based thumbnails here. I don't really like this thumbnail, the path to affiliate thumbnail. I don't personally like it, but it works. It's working really well. It's one of our best performing videos. The title is really strong too, though. But like the path to affiliate does a lot of work in this thumbnail. But you shouldn't look to like me to like figure out what are good thumbnails. Like you should look to masters because I'm a fucking apprentice. This is the master. This man is actually fucking insane. This dude's a god. If you look at his best performing videos, I lost so Ludwig figured out from a couple of videos back when he did his why I'm getting banned on Twitch one, and I talked to him about this. After this, he went heavy into the high quality, high res image of him with an expression. Because this video overperformed, and then he did this again, and this video overperformed. He did this again, and this video overperformed. But you can see then after that, he's going like, as of the last like 5 videos, he's going like full dummy on this. It's really, really strong. Nintendo stole from me. This is such a great video title. The other person that does this really well is, so there's like a meta of very high quality photography level, simplistic thumbnails. And I think one of the best people that does this is Matt Deavala. And so I don't know. Like, if you want your donation to be worth something, the way that you listen to me is realize that this is part of my life. I'm literally, every single time I see someone do something online, I think about how people think about it and how it applies to them. And that's something that I think like you get into the habit of doing to be successful. So a lot of people see a thumbnail and they think, should I click on that or not? I see a thumbnail and I go, what is that guy trying to accomplish? I wore the same shirt every day for 3 years, and then I look at this and I go, okay, why did he like the first question I have here? Why did he choose the period? What's going there? Why did he choose the period? What was the period? Why did the periods work? Right? And then and then like I look at the image and I'm like, okay, what's like going on here? Like what's trying to be accomplished here? And here's like why didn't this video work that well? How to become financially free? But this video did. Or how one habit changed my life. Why do apology videos seem to overperform even if they're clickbait? Like stuff like this, I think about a lot. I'm with you. I've been watching for a year. I feel like I have the answer, but I don't know at the same time. You're just overthinking your shit. Like you're paralyzing yourself. You just need to go out there and do more. Everything that I've ever learned through observation is like 2% of what I've learned from actually uploading shit and then just following the analytics in real time and being like, okay, what is this teaching me? Like, what's this teaching me about what's going on? Making 30 videos and then looking at the analytics and seeing how it shows. Like, it's to the point where I kind of wish I did this more often, like where we pulled up people's channels because a lot of what we do on this channel is we pull up a lot of marketing examples of people that are fucking great at their jobs. But I don't pull up a lot of people that are fucking terrible at their jobs. And most people are terrible at their jobs. And if I pulled up like a pretty small channel, I could just immediately tell you like all the shit that they're doing, right? That's just so bad. That is it's like that doesn't get anybody interested. But it's like if I did that, that's all I would do. That's why I don't do that. Is thinking about stuff like the period overthinking. Um there's a 2080 rule where the 2080 rule is you get to a point with your title where you could potentially squeeze like 5 or 10% more value out of it, but it will take you like an hour. So I spend about an hour thinking about my titles generally, and I try to cap it there. And at some point, I reach a point where I'm like, okay, I'm not going to get any better on this. Like, I think with this last one, we ended up with, I don't remember because it's on my home PC, but it was what XQC's ban reveals about Twitch's future. And then I said, I would drop the what. That was one of the ones. SQC's ban and the future of Twitch was one I considered for a while. That was 39 characters versus the 44 this one is. XQC, why SQC's ban matters to Twitch's future. I had like a bunch of these. I had the truth behind XQC's ban. And on that one, I'm still not 100% positive it might have outperformed this one. Not sure. And I thought about this for about an hour, and these were some of the ones that I came up with at the end. And then at the end of it, I decided on this one because I was like, okay, fuck. There's probably a way that I could improve this going forward. I could probably make this better, but to do so would take some huge amount of time. And I need to just move on and like work on my next thing. And then I'll just look at the analytics and I'll learn from it. So, um m- I'll spend about an hour, maybe an hour and a half on a title and a thumbnail, and then I'll be done with it. And then I'll move on and just let it go. And I'll try to learn from the analytics from that point. With your timeless mentality, how do you feel context and current events creates effects for clips and VODs? Will clips and uploads reviewing bans or specific policies in Twitch hold the test of time? You can make a video that is time sensitive and relevant that still has a timeless title. So, for example, Why I'm Losing Faith in Twitch is a 15-minute video about all current events, but it's relevant years from now because of the way that I marketed it and the way that I structured it. All of the titles that we have lately, the end of top Twitch streamers, this could apply 2 years from now or right now, and people will still watch the video. I think one thing that constantly surprises me is just how little people actually pay attention. So, like, if you actually go through this video and the comments section, most of it will just be opinions on whether XQC should have gotten banned or not. None of that actually has any relevance to the actual fucking subject matter. We don't we don't actually even talk about that shit. But people don't care. They don't listen to your content because they are trying to get your opinion on something and then convert to convert their opinion to your opinion. No one's trying to do that. All they're doing is they're trying to find something that projects the way they see the world onto the universe and supports them. If that makes sense. So I just build the marketing to support their narrative. Or are they trying to learn? Very few. Shit, man. If there's one thing I've learned from getting old, it's that you can't change people's minds. They have to change them themselves, and it's usually really grueling to do. When I was a kid, I used to take every fucking fight to change somebody's mind. And I'd use all my logic, I'd use all my facts, I'd use all my debate tactics, I'd use all my premises, I'd use everything. And it would never make a difference, especially with fucking women, dude. I don't know. Sorry, I don't want to sound like Squid W, but but everybody really. But I just can't change people's minds. So I stopped trying. Right? That's why I say over and over again, I'm not here to sell you anything. But you become a better debate lord because you did it so much? Yeah, and you know what that did for me, dude? It made me into a fucking samurai of emotional bad energy. All I do is just go onto the battlefield and fucking wreck people and make them feel bad. Because if you actually do blow a person out and you completely put them in a position in a corner where they can't argue with you at all, that's not a hard win. You just made them feel like a loser. And now they hate you. So even if you win, you lose. And that's, I think, what I did in my past relationships too with women. I would know I'm right. Like I had this ex once and she didn't trust doctors. She was she would always say well, I think doctors are employed by big pharma and they don't have your best interest in mind. So I'm not going to go to the doctor because they're going to fuck me up. And I'm like, this is objectively stupid and here's all the reasons why. And I would nail her down into these huge empirical debates. And I would really clearly present the evidence objectively, but then she'd cry and just run away and she'd have a horrible night. So the real answer was to not take the fight. The real answer was to break up with that bitch because holy fuck, that's a dumbass opinion. But it took me years to understand that. You know what I mean? Rather than fucking take the fight and waste my time, you know, and hers, because neither of us are gonna go anywhere with it. She had a dad that didn't believe in doctors or whatever, and the amount of upbringing and work that it would take to actually get to the point where I would have to get her that place. I don't know. I used to destroy people, I feel like, even if they deserved it. I've cut out a lot of negative energy. Yeah. Even if you lose, you win. You just shouldn't play the game. Yep. And that, by the way, is the dialogue essentially that is Buddhism. That is why I'm a Buddhist. Because that is the realization. It's literally that, fuck, I can't win this game. It's inevitable, so I'm just not going to play. And then I'm going to chill. And then that's the path to happiness. I've watched another $5. I've watched the Ludwig video 4 hours 3 times, so you know. But part 2, the harder question, rule number 2 is timeless. But in the industry, like, okay, stop. I'm not going to read the rest of it. I know exactly what you're doing. Stop giving me money. Leave this channel and go make videos right now. Stop watching me. You've watched 4 times 3 is 12 hours of videos, and you've probably watched more. You're wasting your fucking time. Go do. You're procrastinating. You're thinking up shit to do instead of go make the thing and learn it. Go make videos, get out of here, and don't come back until you make 3 videos, and then tell me what you learned. Don't ever donate to me again. Unless you actually do what I say, and then you become like a 1 million subscriber YouTuber, and then actually donate all your money to me. But that'd be good. But yeah, I'm doing you a favor. I'm telling you right now, your problem is overthinking. You're just thinking out shit over like, if I should do this or this, blah blah blah. You're wasting your fucking time. Like, go make 3 YouTube videos and come back and tell me what you learned. Look at your stats. And don't use anybody else to fucking tell you what to do. You already know what to do. Just search it within yourself. Shit, bye guys. 3 videos. I love you. Why do you think dislikes are good for videos? I think with recent changes, dislikes are bad for the algorithm. No, it's the opposite. Dislikes are equally as good for the algorithm. This is not a thinking thing, right? This is one of those things that we can just verify through stats. Engagement on videos is the same. You just have to look at the psychology of how it works, right? Literally, the last dono problem is Scooby-Doo doesn't do. What's up, Zach? How you doing, man? Because why should YouTube care whether someone likes or dislikes you? Because what YouTube cares about is engaging. Because if you engage, you watch ads. Why do you think you got 37 dislikes on this? I don't know. I never think about that shit. What the fuck? Who cares? Where the fuck is that meme? That was the funniest meme of 2020. Can someone link me that meme? Have you talked about free Melee already? I don't think there's anything to talk about. It's like Nintendo's dumb and old and doesn't understand esports. Ludwig's fucking awesome because he's building a tournament despite that. That's like really all it is. I gotta find that fucking tweet. Oh, did you find it? This tweet. This is such a good tweet. Holy fuck. This fucking tweet is so good. I want to watch this.
Scooby-Doo. 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 They call him Scooby-Doo. They call show Scooby-Doo. But Scooby doesn't do anything. Scooby is not involved. Half the time, Scooby's not even involved. He's just a bystander. It's one of the worst deals we've ever had. To call a show Scooby-Doo and then not deliver on Scooby-Doo. This is not a show about a dog sniffing its ass, okay? This is your show where the mystery team are in a van and they walk around and they do, you know, they figure out You know, mystery. They're solving mystery. And Scooby is not involved in any way, shape, form. Scooby, frankly, gets too much attention, money. We're giving way too much attention to Mr. Scooby. And he's not doing anything. He doesn't do. So we call him Scooby, but he doesn't do. We call him Scooby, but he doesn't do. It's a terrible deal. The show, by the way, if we were talking about who actually was doing anything, solving mystery and helping crime, stopping the bad guys who are really not so bad. If you talk to some of these guys, they just want to remake the world into a better place if it wasn't for these meddlesome kids and their stupid look. Okay? But we're doing a show about mystery team. You know, they're solving the mystery. They should call the show Velma. Why don't they call the show Velma? Velma's the one doing everything. Fred and Daphne, they're just over there porking in the corner. They're not doing anything. They're making out being unhelpful, okay? Fred just drives. Fred's just the driver. He doesn't drive the plot, and he doesn't drive the mystery, and he doesn't solve the mystery. He just moves the van from place to place, A to B. And it's a very unhelpful thing. We don't even need the van. The van does not play narrative. It does not have narrative role, okay? Other than we can't be doing the same crime in the same place. We need to move on to a new monster.
Fucking amazing. It is my favorite meme of 2020 by like a huge margin. So fucking funny. Oh my God. Scooby-Doo doesn't do. It's like completely believable too. Oh my God. We call him Scooby, but he doesn't do. I need to find a vibe. Hold on. Always a fan. Love, peace. Oh, thanks, Mr. Oni. You're an OG, man. Much love, dude. Hang on. Let's do... Then I gotta add some people here. And we're gonna chill. Okay. Thank you for the 15. Holy shit, Ludwig uploads so much. I can't even find the video that we were going to watch. Is it this one? Oh my God. Okay. This dude in chat. Dislikes do not harm videos. YouTube has literally said this in their creator program. YouTube dislikes do not damage videos. Why would they? It doesn't make any sense. Because a like and a dislike is the same level of engagement. What YouTube cares about is that you watch ads. It's because you're thinking just because... I'm not going to argue with you anymore because you're again, changing people's minds, right? But I'm just going to say this. They're not. They're not moving towards satisfaction. Literally a month ago, their Creator Camp YouTube actually said, you can go back to the video, told exactly how engagement works. You don't have to believe it, but you could like I have nothing to sell you, right? But I'm telling you right now that if you just think about it, you can just go look at the videos and you can look at what YouTube tells you. But like there's no this like happiness factor thing like doesn't make any sense. Like that doesn't like what they care about is watch time, engagement, and advertising revenue, right? They care about how long you're on the video, and how long you're on the video doesn't make a difference whether you dislike or like the content. Just because you like the content more doesn't mean your watch time goes up. Actually, it very well might be the opposite, but we have no evidence of that. Right? So like but if you dislike a video, you might watch it longer because you dislike it and you want to like comment on it and you want to like those Andes that go through like the whole video and they post like every single line of like here's where you're wrong. Some people do that to me, right? Thank you Father Plays for the Prime. Appreciate that, man. Like some of the guys that were like 410, you said this and this is actually incorrect. 430, you said this and this is actually incorrect. 451, you said this and this is actually incorrect. It doesn't matter, but I'm not going to argue with you. That's the last I'm going to say about it. I just don't want to. Why are people so scared of Google? I don't know. Google's a great company. I think it was this one, right? Yeah, and every form of media, negativity sells. YouTube is no exception. Sometimes I hate read my crazy QAnon uncle's Facebook feed. Shit, man. Hate watchers, dude. Oh, is he gonna say that like you get an absolutely inexorbitant amount of value by donating like a very small amount of money to large streamers? No, dude, Augustin guy. Your problem is I'm running a show that is not just about you. So you're trying to have a dialogue with me about this subject, and I don't have time to interrupt my show every single time and address like your 10-page like thing about like I've tried to tell you what I think. You've told me what you think. Just move on and stop talking about it. You're literally interrupting my whole show because you will not stop talking about this dumb subject. If you don't believe me, then you don't believe it, right? And it's like that's all it is. It like that, and that's totally fine. Like, that's it. But, like, I'm just trying to tell you that's what's going on. Like, nobody cares. If you think that, that's fine. It's totally cool. Stun lock. Yeah. Wait, this is a... Nobody had a problem with him doing this? Oh, that's why. Okay. Because Burger King did this shit, and it did not go well. Devin, I live in Redmond. If you need any help meeting ladies, I'm willing to help. What exactly is that offer? Not sure if I'm about to get involved in some kind of underground slave trade. like, what the fuck does that mean? Are you a pimp? like, like, oh, he's gonna go from the ground. This is such good content. If this wasn't for charity. He'd get smoked. He tells me that he gets all these ideas from YouTube. I don't know about that, Wolf. I don't know. Delete your clips then. This is amazing. Who has a desktop with stuff on it in 2020? This guy's he's logging into his fucking Gmail? Oh, he mutes it. Wow, that's oh, okay. I wonder if he did this accidentally with not even thinking about it. Like, do I have to send my no, 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 I believe you, but your strategy to get me girls, quote, is to go to karaoke bars after the pandemic. So number 1, there is no after this pandemic. We're all just gonna die here. Second of all, that involves me going outside and not being a fat goblin, and I don't know, man. That if I can't, that's not a good plan. It also involves me trying to sing. I don't see how any of this stuff is gonna work. Also, I'm like 500 years old. I'm not going outside. Can't make me. Greater men than you have tried. But this guy's literally building a fucking business from the ground up on this fucking shit. This is so cool. Why does he hashtag text to speech? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. I was like, Monka Giga. This shit is so easy compared to what it used to be, man. Like back in the day when you had to make merch, oh my god, it was so hard. Mm. This is the same as that website. The one guy that thought it was a scam, you have to be open and believe that everything caters to it. Go to karaoke. I mean, that's just fair argument, man. But I just don't want to go outside. It's not that I don't think it'll work. It's that I just don't want to go outside. Doo-doo. He's 10 minutes in to doing this. So far, this has taken him 10 minutes to do. Yeah, but Mary, you're right. 10 minutes. Holy shit. Asmongold hates looking at this guy because his hair is beautiful. Yeah, I feel that, dude. It's like once you start going bald, you're like a Nazgul that looks at everyone with great hair and like you're like a shadow of a man that you once were. Like you were once a king and now it's all lost and you're just mad because you're undead. This is so easy to do. I lost my hair and now I shave my head and always look like a king. That's the play, bro. Yeah, that's actually the play. Oh, he's got a t-shirt too. This is insane. What is this video? I just might just rewatch it. You don't have to rewatch the video. Just go to Shopify. It's all he's doing. You can also watch the video. Where's that one guy that made the sock business literally from the ground up on YouTube? And he made it $1 million a sock business off like right off the ground. You know what I'm talking about? A guy made $1 million sock business literally from the ground up on YouTube and filmed the whole thing. Guy's gonna build a web page. Hey, 5 months since I found you from nothing to 55-year average. Awesome, man. Grats. Good stuff. Thanks for the 5, man. See what he's doing? This is marketing, dude. He's just lying. Holy shit, this is amazing. I'm so glad we watched this. What? Wolf, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you. That's insane. Thank you. Grape. Thank you. Damn, 10 gifted subs. What the fuck? Thank you guys both. I got you both. Thank you. This is. Do you see what he just? Oh, I thought he was just gonna donate. Damn, this is fucking 80 head. Oh my god. This is so smart. I thought he was just gonna donate the link to his fucking page. This is actually so smart. Holy shit. And he did this offline, right? He did this while he wasn't streaming. Holy shit. This is actually insane. The amount of earned media that just came from this with 19,000 viewers is fucking insane. Like coming from the agency world, like there are brands that would pay $10,000 for what he just did. Like no problem. This is the power of a true marketer. This is insane. That's actually insane that there's so when you look at the math on that, that must have been like 1,000 people that hit the website and then he got like a 1% conversion off that or something. Like rip. That tax is a bitch. That tax is a bitch. This is all stuff that you can fix with like working with like a manufacturer directly that has multiple facilities. Like that's what we do is like when we run merch off of our agency, like we have a manufacturer. But like for considering the amount, this is a really good like if there's any lesson to take away from this, it's that you just can forget all that shit. Like, if like, okay, at the end of the day, if you lose $4, it's not like a big deal. You can worry about it later. Like, you can like, but like spending an hour to get a website up just so you can make $60, like that's worth doing, right? Like, wait, what? Why does Shopify let you do that? Your customer paid $50, you charge 56. Holy shit, that's fucking hilarious. Yep. There it is. His conversion rate is 4.8%. That is insanely high. Holy shit. That is unspeakably high. That's unreal. 4.8% conversion is higher than I've ever gotten on any website I've ever ran. Ever. by a huge amount. I think the highest conversion I've ever gotten is like 2.2%. And I was like fucking killing on that. Like 2.2% was making me a fucking dong load of money. That literally means that 5 out of every 100 people that hit your website buy something. It's fucking crazy. Ludwig must have professional marketing experience. I couldn't get it out of him. I couldn't get it out of him when I've talked to him as much as we have. Like we've talked for him to hours and hours, but I guess I should just ask him. Like he has to have like marketing experience. How would he know? How would he know this shit? It's not his degree in fucking journalism. He has to know this. He has to have training. He has to have training. He has to. Yo, Detsy, what's up, man? In one of your interviews, he said he worked in marketing for a company. Oh, he did say that. You're right. Yeah. That's insane. Uh-huh. Now, another interesting thing here too is that so just I just fucking love marketing. So here's like a little bit of extra shit. Reach checkout, right? I mean, see how 9% of the people actually reach checkout, but only half ordered. This is the reason why Amazon implemented one-click buying. Because every additional page that you have that causes a person to have to click through reduces the amount of people that are actually going to end up buying your product by 30 to 50%. So Amazon understood that and overnight and almost doubled their sales simply by doing one click buy. One click buy was one of the most it should, like, in marketing history books, one click buy will go down as one of the most revolutionary things that online and digital marketing provided, because people buy it and then they don't look back. Even if they can easily return it by going to like some kind of offer page, like on Amazon orders, you can cancel an order a certain amount of time after it's been, I think, like 6 hours after it's been. You can just click a single button, no questions asked. But once that order is made, once that commitment is made, even if it's free, they won't go through the effort. So Shopify understood this, and this is one of the really big things that made Shopify really good too. When we were building digital products, we had like a minimum of like 3 screens you'd have to click through. You'd have to click through, and some of you might use like some older or small business websites that still do this. But we would like, it'd be like information page shipping, information page billing, and then it would be like some other stuff. And then some other people do other things. So it's like, that's why if you get an ad. So okay, I'll give you guys some. I'll give you guys. What do you guys think about this? What is the only time that Amazon will interrupt a shopping session? That, like, from the point where you click add to cart to conversion, what is the only ad they'll serve you? Does anyone know? Wolfrain, thanks for the 5. That's 10 gifted. 15 gifted subs. Thank you very much. It's insane. Dude, you guys are fucking smart. That's right. Everybody said it. It's the credit card. The only thing that Amazon actually thinks is important enough for a 30 to 50% chance of drop that you won't order that item is an Amazon credit card offer. And the reason is because credit cards are fucking insane for value. Credit cards are fucking insane. It's literally printing free money for your company. They're so fucking busted. They're so good. Great beat. Dude, we just got 20 gifted subs in the last, like, couple minutes. Holy shit. Thank you, guys. So Spotify set up the manufacturer at this point, or how's the product actually made from the point of sale? Spotify is just a storefront. But both the storefront and the manufacturer both have to reduce friction. It's like a joint effort, right? Yep, they will. So exactly, Llama. They'll basically drop. They're willing to lose sales, in order to push their Amazon credit card, because the Amazon credit card is so OP if you sign up for it. That's insane. So he literally spent $5 to make $200. Yep. How come people donate shit on Burger King for doing this exact same thing? That's a really good question. Ludwig donated all this to charity, and he said that at the beginning of this, and he did that very deliberately because he knew that that could be a situation where this happened. But number two, it's all about how you integrate into the culture. So, what's one of the brands that comes to mind for you guys that is advertised on Twitch and done something really really great in the last like 6 months? Can you guys name a brand that you feel like has really done something like super exceptional on Twitch? Okay, weird. Everyone has the same answer. Why is that? It's Cash App, right? Super obvious. The reason is because Cash App integrates themselves organically into broadcast, right? They don't like do a shitty donation and go, "Hey, go to cashapp.com and download this ad," right? The whole chat was spamming Cash App because Cash App literally gives tens of thousands of dollars of real money back to people. And that's huge value. It's discernible value. So that kind of thing is how a brand integrates. But I think that the Burger King one that they did, we should have done a YouTube video about like on this. We should have done a YouTube video. It was so worth doing. Oh my god, they donated to streamers and they donated like $1.30, and they said it was so fucking pretentious. They're like, take this dollar and go down and buy from the dollar menu a burger and like a Coke, and it was so fucking pretentious. It was like, plebeian, we're Burger King here. Take a few dollars from our bank account and buy yourself something nice at Burger King. It'll be available at any store in your location. You can get yourself a Coke and a large burger. You poor fuck. Right? It was just so fucking pretentious. So like you see that and you feel it immediately, and you're like, this brand is like fucking me, right? Whereas like Cash App is like this very unique activation. They're not intrusive, but everyone knows who they are, and they're still like incredible. So I know the guy that runs the Cash App thing because we sold the Trainwreck deal for the podcast, and uh, he's amazing. He's such an innovative thinker because he thinks in terms of experience-based marketing. He thinks in terms of what is something that I can create that's like an authentic experience for the viewers and is something that they can actually like get involved in and benefit from. That's not just me throwing my shit at them. Yo, Mr. Winnie, thank you for the 10 gifted. Holy shit, 30 gifted subs in like 5 minutes. You guys are bananas. Thank you so much. That's a lot. Thank you. I feel like I don't deserve that. Thank you a lot, dude. I got you guys all in the Hall of Fame. That's Winnie, Wolf, and Grapey. Thank you guys. So there's a right way to do a brand activation, and there's a wrong way to do a brand activation, and most people do it wrong. This, by the way, just to jerk myself off for 2 seconds, is why you need agencies. Because it's the job of creative agencies to like push aside the 65-year-old dude that's like, well, what we should do is we should advertise on Twitch by donating to streamers and tell them to go to Burger King. Like, then like it takes somebody to be like, okay, hold on, dumbass. Okay, let's not do that. That's gonna piss off everybody. And let's do something like this, where like Burger King like comes in, gifts like 50 subs, and goes, and maybe that's the end of it. Like maybe that's just the engagement, right? And it costs them like X number of things, but then people like freak out because everybody likes gifted subs. New vid's awesome. Thanks, dude. Right? There's all kinds of different things that you can do with that. And it's like thinking about that or thinking about those. So we had a thing with Brisk Iced Tea. We did an activation called the Yep Challenge. And it was, we had like 4 big streamers do a show together. And we would type the number of times that they typed Yep in chat, like YEP, right? And then we would measure those engagements. And so people got to spam the shit out of chat, and it had a little counter. And then the number equated up to engagement, which unlocks certain prizes for the chat. I remember watching Waffle do that. Yeah. And so there was like a bunch of different like things it could do. So that's like an example of what I mean by like a good activation, where a good activation doesn't feel like the brand is there. Dude, he also subbed with the tier 3. Holy shit. Thanks, Winnie. And it's our job as a creative agency to do that for people, right? And take a percentage of it for doing it. Okay, real quick, I'm gonna take a leak, then we're gonna finish. Thank you for the gift subs. Appreciate it, dudes. You got an ad? Oh, is Raxif here? He ran one. I always forget to run him. Thanks, Sonic. This stream is a filler stream, but I learned a lot. Yeah, I mean, we just do kind of whatever we want. So I'll keep the VOD. All the VODs are available on !VOD. Yep. If you watch an ad, you're supporting the CLs because I give 100% of the ad money to the CLs. !VOD, sorry. A while. Yeah. hmm Imagine how powerful this would be. Yeah, it's actually crazy. Oh, yeah. That's true. For sure. This is so smart. Rip. He doesn't care. Yeah. Feels bad, man, when your TTS overruns the stream. totally wouldn't know what that feels like. So the real meme here, imagine doing this for streamers that are between 1,000 to 5,000 viewers. That's the real thing you'd want to do this for because they're likely to respond like 100% and their conversion is going to be a lot higher because the people that watch them are going to be more engaged. That's fucking crazy. Wait, why? Oh. Takes money to make money, champ. Four hundred thousand, 400,000, 400,200. I can't talk. It's like late at night. 400,023 views on YouTube for that is what his CPM is probably around like 12 or 15. So he's making like 3K a video. So he probably made like 4K, maybe 5 if his CPM's higher than I think. Especially for this, because this is probably financial category, so I made money. So he probably made like 4K, so he's definitely up. And now the website for the vid goes to his merch site. Holy shit. Devin, you made it on the front page of whoomegaworld.com. Thank you. I made it. I'm finally there. How is his CPM 12? I can't get above 1. How's your CPM 1? What are you uploading? Are you uploading like Minecraft porn? Like how the fuck is your CPM 1 on YouTube? Really? Average CPM on YouTube is like 620, but if you're doing like IRL content and you're doing like Ludwig is, then you're like closer to like 12 to 20, 12 to 16. I'm guessing I'm guessing that Ludwig is like between 12 and 15, which means he makes probably like $4,000 or $5,000 a video. Oh, different country. Yeah. Okay. If you're not in America and you're in what we call a we so the marketing and the advertising term for this is a group A territory, a group B territory, and a group C territory. If you're in a group C territory, which basically just means you're a lesser country because people don't spend money on shit, that means you're gonna get fucked by CPM. So group C is shit like fucking Bolivia, like Uzbekistan, like fucking shit like that. How do you increase CPM? Just be in categories where people pay more to be there. Eastern Europe is Group B. Does the like-dislike ratio mean anything? It looks real bad here. What do you mean? It's 37,000 likes to 283 dislikes. How's that bad? It's 0.00001% of like the fucking. What's the ratio on that? Africa is a C territory except South Africa, which is a B territory. So 283 out of 37,000 is 0.076%. I think it's fine. Middle East would be in which category, do you assume? Middle East is Group B in certain areas and Group C in other areas. Australia is Group B. Also, by the way, that's how Twitch works too. Actually, how all advertising. How many A territories are there? United States, Western Europe, like Britain, Germany, France to some extent, though some areas are Group B. Canada's Group A, and like cities Group B otherwise. All of the United States is Group A. Including like even weird territories because people buy a lot of shit. Japan is A in Tokyo and Osaka, and B everywhere else. Korea is South Korea, Busan, and if you're a marketer, you have to know these numbers. Like you just memorize them. Busan and Seoul are A. Everything else is B. India is a C group territory. Moving on B, probably will be B soon. Thanks, Relish. Appreciate it. CPM is based on your audience's country, not your upload country. America is A. Yep, because Americans buy shit. Philippines is a Group C territory with Manila being Group B. How about North Korea? North Korea does not run ads. Americans love to buy shit, so America universally is a Group A territory. So you can have video just because you upload in the Philippines, for example, and you're stuck in a Group C territory, doesn't mean that you're stuck in that territory, right? Because you could potentially just upload stuff in English for United States viewers, and then you would just get United States money and United States CPMs. I suspect China varies based off of tier of city. China is not on the map for advertising. The entire country of China basically doesn't exist from a marketing perspective. They have an intranet, and so you can't advertise in China effectively. It's very hard to. Like, nobody thinks about it. China is basically its own thing, which is pretty fucking crazy. But yeah, you can't you couldn't do targeted ads in China if you're an American country. It's pretty nuts. It's cold as shit outside. How do you just walk? I just go outside. What do you mean? One foot in front of the other. He's not a pussy like you. I live in Vietnam and I make videos for Americans. Yeah, exactly. So then you don't suffer in those territories. Yeah, so if your goal is to make money online, thinking about territories can be really important. Highest YouTube CPM is the Maldi. No, highest YouTube CPM is financial category San Francisco. Like objectively, there's nothing that's even close. There used to be before COPPA, the highest YouTube CPM was toy openings for kids, and that CPM sometimes got up to $50 or $60, which is the highest I've ever seen any CPM for anything ever. And that's why those fucking kids channels and shit were making so much money. But then the Congress passed that law that said Congress couldn't or people couldn't advertise to kids. But I unironically saw a toy box video that was $64 CPM, and it got like 700 million views. So that paid out like $400,000 or $500,000 for that video? It's just fucking insane. Do you think the financial category is here to stay? Yeah, 100%. Because CPM is exponential value, right? Like FaZe Banks has made $100,000 off a single video before. YouTube's nuts. Didn't we see that with the Graham Stephan video? Where was that video that we watched? Just the end of it. Oh God. Oh, it was his TikTok. Can anybody link it? That's right. Can anybody link it? What's gaming CPM? 6 to 8? Actually, it's 4 to 8. Minecraft's a little bit higher, for example. Other things are not. Yeah, if you want to feel bad about being a Twitch streamer,
so for anyone who's curious,
watch this. This is so
how much I make on YouTube with 2.5 million subscribers. Here you go. Let me take you into my analytics.
This is so, I got a favorite.
So in terms of views, here's how many views I get pretty much every single day. I would say most days range anywhere from 200,000 on the lowest to usually about 500,000 at the highest. But as you can see here, it's pretty consistent overall. And then this day had a banger day right there. Now, in terms of revenue, you could see most days are anywhere from about 4,000 or so, sometimes up to about 7,000. And then that one really good day that did $10,137 worth of ad revenue. And then recently, $11,000 in a day. So when you add all of that up over 365 days, that works out to be a little bit over $1.9 million in ad revenue. And then if we look at the lifetime for my entire channel, just over $3 million. Hey, so for anyone who's curious how much I make on YouTube...
This is like my porn. Like, you guys go to fucking Pornhub and, like, Google shit. Like, this is it for me. The first time I saw that, I think it was the other day, I was like, oh my fucking God. It's because the way that this is one of those conversations, like whenever I have to have a conversation with someone that is telling me the way to solve the problems about making money on Twitch is to get more subs, I just like roll my eyes because subs are always going to be a static value, right? Subs are always going to be a static value. It's going to be $5 for a sub, or even if it's $25 for a sub. But CPMs are infinitely scalable. That's why they're so busted. They're scalable based on territory, and they're also scalable based on raw value, and they're scalable based on engagement. So, like, that's why
2.5 million.
You can't create. Is that the real Anil? Holy shit! You should be VIP'd in here. I love you, dude. Anil and I go way back. He's one of the people that's responsible for like a huge amount of like why I'm here, like why I exist as a partner. That dude is one of the coolest people on Twitch, legit. Like 100%. What is your channel categorized at? I think our CPM is pretty high. But this is why I've said that, like, okay, so like on Twitch, I'm great, dude. I'm doing fantastic, man. It's really good to see you, dude. Is he the guy you gave a business plan to? No, I gave my business plan to John Howell. But Anil, over the years, has been like the dude that really like backed me up and like had my shit when stuff went wrong. It's safe to say that I would not be the broadcaster I am today if it wasn't for him. I put him in like the top 3 people that have been for this broadcast that have like made it happen. He's a very, very cool dude. He's one of the last ones too, dude. He's the last of the Mohicans with Kevin Lynn gone. It's like Kevin Lynn's one of the last ones. Kevin Lynn was a mentor to me. Kevin Lynn was so cool because Kevin Lynn was the COO of Twitch for a while. He did a bunch of other things. I think he moved down to VP after a while. But I went to him when I was at Dignitas and I said, hey, man, can I meet with you once a month? And I'll just come with a preloaded list of questions about how to be a better executive. And he would meet with me once a month. And like, it was one of the most, a lot of the stuff that I know about being an executive is from Kevin Lynn. And also another guy who's gone from Twitch for a while now named Justin Wong. Justin Wong learned from Kevin Lin too. So Kevin Lin retired from Twitch today, and it's safe to say that Kevin Lin was probably, at least like in terms of people I've had a personal relationship with, the best executive I've ever met. Yeah, Justin Wong is on Twitter. Dude is like a fucking
subscribers.
beast, man. This dude, he posts a lot of really, really insightful shit. John Howe is the former head of partnerships. And then Justin Wong was the senior VP of partnerships. He did something before that. And then there was another John that built the whole backend, the engineer. He's gone too, I think. I think he's doing trying to remember what he's doing. Kevin, yeah, this is Kevin. And he just wrote like today he announced that he was gonna peace out of Twitch. He's been there for like a third of his life, so it's definitely time. But it's sad to see the old guard go. Why is it not scalable? Because you have to think about it, okay? So like a subscription is always going to be a certain number of dollars in value, right? So like a subscription is always going to be like, let's say it's whether it's like $2.50 or $5 or $10 or $20 or whatever, it's always going to be a static value. But the reason why Graham can get such,
Here you go. Let me
like,
take you into my
ridiculous numbers,
analytics.
like God, TikTok is so fucking annoying, dude. When it just auto plays no matter what, and there's like nothing you can do about it. The reason why this is scalable is because a CPM is essentially an online auction, right? So like a CPM is we sell you what the highest offer will pay for it. So that means that like your cost per, and a CPM basically equals your cost per 1,000 impressions or views or whatever. So a CPM can actually be like $60 because what happened, I'll tell you the story of like how the $60 CPM happened on YouTube. The way that it happened was at first toy opening. So here's what would happen with toys, okay? So people started making toy openings and they noticed they were getting an insane amount of views. And they got like no comments on their videos, but they get these ridiculous amounts of views. But what would happen is like what was actually happening on the back end, a kid was watching this, like, have you guys ever seen these? Maybe I need to show you what I mean. Like a toy opening video. Open Elsa toy. And we can see they're all like the same. These get an insane amount of views. Look, this one has 11 million views. This one has 6 million views. We'll just click this one. And it's this kind of shit. So it's just like a dude opening toy, or it's not a dude. It's usually a girl opening toys. And she has like a silly voice.
Let's create another outfit. Let's use this skirt this time. And this top. Why don't we put on some gloves on her? And this one. There we go.
Okay. So this is like some middle-aged like housewife making some fucking unreal amount of money from this shit, okay? And what's happening here is like kids will literally watch this all the way through. They will watch the whole fucking thing and they'll be like, it's Elsa. And so the watch time is 100%, the completion rate is 100%. And then you know what that kid's gonna do? That kid is gonna go to his fucking mom and dad and be like, bitch, why don't you buy me this Elsa toy? This is all I want. And you are a shitty parent for not buying me this shit. And I hate you unless you buy me this toy. And then just to shut that kid up, they'll be like, fuck. And then they'll go buy that stupid toy so he gets his dumb Elsa toy. And so toy companies realized this was happening. And then they got into like a fucking like actual world war. That like Hasbro versus like all the other ones started bidding each other up on Google AdWords because they realized that these ads were worth so much money because the conversion rate was higher than anything that anyone has ever seen. That anyone has ever seen it, right? So what ended up happening was these CPMs went from like $2, where like it's like a pretty low CPM, to like $50, $60, $70 CPMs. And all of a sudden, this became the most valuable thing to do on YouTube. And there was a particular guy named Ryan's Toy Review. this guy, I think he stopped doing he didn't stop doing content. He's probably just doing different shit. He's doing the same shit. I don't know how he's making money now, though. And if you actually sort by views on this shit, he's got his own lineup at Target right now. Are you shitting me? Holy shit. This fucking video made 4 years ago has 2 billion views. And it's not even his only video with 2 billion views. That is 2/7 of the fucking earth. Okay, that is every two out of every 7 people on the fucking planet. Okay, and that was fully monetizable at the time. It's just a 2B, dude. This little kid, and like it's a video of this kid just having the fucking time of his life with some giant ass water slide that his parents got him. And kids watch this shit and they force their parents to buy this shit. Because this is just for kids. So the CPMs on these videos were like $50 to $60 for a 2 billion view video. This video alone made several $1 million in revenue. Several $1 million in revenue. Just off ads. That's all it did. And then the government came in and said, no more fun allowed. You guys can't advertise to kids. That's evil or something. Because I guess us companies forcing kids to buy shit is unethical or something. Dumb. Okay? All those kids should go back to making shoes, IMO. All right? Whatever. Anyway, now we can't do advertisements to kids on YouTube. And so the whole thing overnight died. It died. It was all toy reviews. And now the most expensive CPM on YouTube is financial. Because you guys in chat will download an app like Robinhood and then put $10,000 of your grandma's fund into fucking options trading on AMD and lose your ass, and it will make a shitload of money. So now the most competitive thing on YouTube is financial, because that's the highest upside. But financial CPM still don't get anywhere close to what the toy openings did. Toy openings, highest CPM I've ever seen on financial, I think, is 39, and that's high. That's such an insane amount of money. Because that means that's $39 for every 1,000 viewers that come to your video, minus 45% that YouTube takes. That's insane that kid has his own toy line now. It's actually crazy. I didn't know that. Can't you raise your CPM by placing ads in specific spots? Yes, that is a low-key thing on YouTube. If you place an ad at the 2-minute mark of your video, exactly, you will increase your CPMs by 20%. You will make 20% more money. If that's all you do, if you do nothing else, you'll make 20% more money on every video you make. Why? Does anyone know? Yep. Any real fucking huge brains know why? It's 2 minutes exactly. Oh, one guy got it. Damn. 2 guys got it. Ah, dude, I love dude, we got some major business people in the chat. Okay. The reason is because pre-roll ads. So every time a pre-roll shows, a pre-roll is typically the most valuable ad on a video or on a live stream. This is why it's very hard to get rid of pre-rolls on a platform like Twitch, because they can typically sell that at the highest inventory, or YouTube, right? So a pre-roll ad, if it doesn't play, what'll happen is that same pre-roll ad will play again at the beginning of the video at 2 minutes, and it will still count for that high CPM. So if a person watches a video and gets a pre-roll ad, the next video they watch will not get a pre-roll ad, but they will get the 2-minute ad, and that 2-minute ad is valued the same as the pre-roll ad. This is a little bit technical, but that's why it matters. In the same way, the first mid-roll ad appearing at 8 or 12 minutes is also another 20% increase in value. So using a bunch of strategies like this, I've literally logged into streamers' YouTube channels and I've 4 or 5x their revenue. I did it for Lily Pichu. I did it for Sweet Anita. I literally just logged into their channel and tripled their income just by doing a bunch of small shit like this. This is a fucking cat jam, dude. There's all kinds of shit like that. So right now, Graham Stephan is the guy that's like just making all the money. I think he actually has the highest CPM on YouTube. But I mean, he doesn't get the other thing. The thing you trade for very high CPM too is popularity, because he's not going to get the Logan Paul type of views. Right? He's going to get the financial views, but he doesn't care because he's making $3 million every year. Fuck. What's better, Logan Paul views or high CPM, or does it vary? Just depends on what you want. What do you want to accomplish? I mean, do you really need more than $3 million a year? What are you going to spend it on? Is it against TOS to mislead the CPM algo? It's not against TOS, but like, if I post a video about how to make the most amount of money possible, and then I just have a bunch of cats running around, like, YouTube is... Here's one piece of advice that I have, okay? And this is like legitimate advice. Never, ever, ever try to game the YouTube algorithm. Never fuck with them. Never, ever view bot. Never, ever do anything untoward. Their ML system is the smartest non-military AI on Earth. They will find you, they will shadow ban your channel, and you will be in the fucking dark dimension. I would never, ever fuck with YouTube. I will do everything above board. I will never fuck with YouTube. I will never make a video that says how to make a shitload of money, and the video is not about that. Because they can detect what your video is about automatically. That's how they categorize you for CPMs in the first place. They've been spending 8 years doing that. I don't fuck with YouTube. No way. I say non-military because I don't know what the military has. They might have like fucking those little dots that follow the F-18s around and shit. You reckon YouTube has an Roomba hooked up to a supercomputer for that shit? Yeah, something like that, dude. I don't know. I'm not an engineer, but... It's scary how awesome it is they can replace background music for DMCA-able content. They can actually take the music out of a video and leave your voice in it. That is some absolutely bonkers shit. What do you think about the tech that has to go into that? Automatically. YouTube doesn't even know how their own algorithm works. That's true. Yeah. There's no one person at YouTube that can explain the YouTube algorithm because it teaches itself. YouTube AI will rule the world eventually. It kind of already does. I feel like social media algorithms basically already read... Like, this is why Train told everybody to watch the Social Dilemma. I think it's like... Algorithms already lead the first world, basically. I'm very worried about like the long-term implications of how social media is going to influence like decision making in our society. I'm already worried about it. What did you think of the Social Dilemma? It's just very disconcerting. The scariest thing about the Social Dilemma is the fact that the people that created it are like, this is fucking evil. It's like when Oppenheimer said, I am become death, the destroyer of worlds. That's the most scary part of it. It's the self-awareness of what they did. They don't let their family use it. They don't use it themselves. Many of those guys, they have like flip phones. Really crazy. My biggest concern about social media is its influence on depression and its influence on negative mentality, especially in young men and women. I think that's the biggest problem that it has. Like, we can link a lot of the young teen suicide rates among women to increased social media use, and there's a massive problem there. And I think Social Dilemma does so well to describe it because it's like every time you go to youtube.com or Twitter, there is a supercomputer which knows exactly what you like that is working against you to make you engage with it and produce as much negative or positive emotion, right? It doesn't care which, to get you to do something, to call you to action. So every single and this supercomputer always gets better and it never sleeps. So every single time that you go to youtube.com is a little bit better at telling you what to think and where to go. And eventually it just becomes so good that it's totally synonymous. And you can't even tell it's happening. I think that's pretty pog. Part of it's pog, part of it's cool because it's undoubtedly like made us. Okay, but here's the really interesting thing. Like we're getting into like the real shit now, dude. Because here's the thing, right? Like the problem is that despite everything we have, we are not a more informed, enlightened, or happy society. By every single metric, we are more depressed, more neurotic, less informed, and less happy. So despite the fact that we have more information than ever before, we are less informed. How can that be? It's because the way that information works and the way that propaganda exists is you create polarization on two sides. It's not that you create a situation where no one knows what to think exactly. And so you have these like crazy polarized sides where people just believe some like fucking crazy shit and the other side believes some crazy shit and nobody's talking. And that's like what social media is doing. That's some like really crazy shit. Thanks, Amish. Take care, man. It's like this information highway, but it's not actually providing us any actual happiness. This is why I think that at least in America, like speaking individually, like we are more divided as a nation, and we're divided because we don't talk to each other. Social media has a weird effect of like, I mean, you guys have probably noticed, hopefully you've noticed this. If you haven't noticed this, the social media will put you into a group and it will put you into a list of topics that you are more likely to agree and engage with. So like on Facebook, for example, if you believe that, I need to use something like controversial, but not so crazy controversial that it fucking triggers people. If you believe that like vaccines are evil on Facebook, right? You will get put into groups of people that believe that vaccines are evil. And then you will get more and more information about vaccines being evil. And this will keep happening. And then there will never be a dialogue between you and the people that don't believe that vaccines are evil. So those people become the enemy. And flat Earth too. Like flat Earth, I don't think like objectively harms anybody unless they're the people that also attach that to not believing in climate change. But sure, it's the same thing, right? Like flat Earth gets you attached to other people that believe flat Earth, and then the problem though that we don't see is that round Earth is also an echo chamber. So the round Earthers are an echo chamber too. In reality, both are bad. Right and wrong doesn't matter. What matters is that the both sides are actually polarized and neither can talk to each other. So the round earther dudes can't talk to the flat earther dudes. The flat earther dudes can't talk to the round earther dudes because both of them just see them as subterranean troglodyte pieces of shit. So the only thing we can do is just like they just hate them and sling shit from the other from the other side. And there's no dialogue that ever happens. There's no discourse. And and this is what's happening universally. So the people are very, very opinionated. This is why marketers are very, people that are keen to this. We can abuse emotion by just making somebody feel a certain way very strongly about something. It doesn't have to be positive. Like, I don't have to build an empire on honey, right? I can build an empire on pissing people off, and that engagement will get me ad revenue and will get me sales and get me everything. I'm a 5D earther? Yeah, there you go. So it's hard. It's like a really hard problem. And like the other like really disconcerting thing about it is like there doesn't seem to be any solution. Joe Rogan said we're basically just like two cowboys trying to stop a herd of bulls from running off a cliff. There isn't really a solution. You can try grassroots shit. So you can try like I'm gonna start the free information group and like get like 10 people together that don't consume Facebook on Fridays or some shit. But like you can't stop the wave. Is it money and power driving this? It's not. I mean, like, it's actually human nature. It's abusing the physiological and psychological pathways that have been built by evolution for millions of years. I'll give you an example, right? Facebook or Instagram. Let's use Instagram. Nobody uses Facebook here right now. Let's use Instagram. Instagram knows that you haven't engaged in a while. So it decides to serve you a picture of your ex-girlfriend's new boyfriend. And it shows up in your feed because you're still following her. Or because or because you're not following her, but you haven't heard from her in a while, and Instagram knows that and it shows it to you. And what happens? You re-engage. You have that it's an incredibly negative emotion for you, but you re-engage, you engage with the post, it increases your watch time, you're back on Instagram, you're looking at her profile, you see an ad. You see what I'm doing there? It's like social media preys on the negative and positive, but a lot of the time negative pathways that are coded into us from millions of years of evolution. Things that teach us all the way back from like hunter-gatherer era. And that shit's really fucking spooky because if you don't have an incredible consciousness around how that's affecting you, then you're gonna get really fucked over by it. Even if you do have an incredible consciousness around it, you can't really stop it. So it's like preying on our very nature. And if anything ends the world, it's gonna be social media. I don't think it's gonna be climate change. I don't think it's gonna be like I think that there are probably technological solutions that we can find for that. I don't think it's gonna be like a lack of information or things like that. I think it's gonna be social media that ends the world. That literally engineers the downfall of society. This is why we don't have these streams that often, because we start talking about some heavy shit when we get off topic. There's like no outcome that I think social media can produce that's actually Yeah, I'm going Joe Rogan right now, dude. I'm like 2 steps away from like the interdimensional vampires are gonna take over. They're gonna sacrifice babies to summon back the demons to take over Congress. With just like I'm way too close, dude. I'm right on the edge. Do you engage in the spirituality talks and stuff like the old Malixia Real Talk streams? Wow, are you an OG viewer? How did you know I do that? That dude's got to be OG. Wow. Yeah, 2013. Oh my god. I don't too much anymore, man. A lot has changed on Twitch. Nobody cares about that shit anymore. We used to have a lot of that real talk shit, but these days it's just about the memes. So I generally suppress it. I unfollowed and refollowed. I feel ashamed. No, don't ever worry about that, dude. All good. I don't sweat it. Can I get a DMCA for doing the WAP dance on stream of music? Yes. Don't do that. For many reasons, not just being DMCA'd, but what's your best advice for a male in his 20s addicted to social media? I mean, it's gonna sound like a fucking like meme, but unironically, just like take up meditation, start looking into things like I don't really like to talk about this, but since it's a chill stream and like we don't do these that often, like fuck it, I'll bring it out there. But for me, Buddhism was a life-changing thing. And uh I think for me Buddhism and like reading into it and understanding it changed the way that I look at the world and helped me sort of detach from a lot of these like really dumb like societal hooks that kind of get in us. It's a super OP belief system that doesn't really ask anything of you because the idea of Buddhism, right, is Buddhism isn't a doctrine, it's a dialogue. It's a dialogue started by someone that has a problem. So you have a problem, your problem is that you're addicted to social media, so I recommend something. That's Buddhist dialogue. But there's no doctrine. There's nothing for you to believe, there's nothing for you to do. It's just it's a dialogue for you to pursue if you're interested. How did you learn about it? When I was little, my parents told me that they wanted me to understand all the world religions, and I used to like be pretty upset with them for it because it meant that uh literally every day after school I would spend hours with people that would I read the Bible 4 times. I read the Bhagavad Gitas, the Rig Vedas, the Tao Te Ching. I read everything, the Quran. And I would spend hours and hours studying this shit. And my parents said that it was because I would understand the kind of like fundamental building blocks of like why we are what we are in the West and the East by doing it. And so I came across Buddhism because they made me read a book called Siddhartha by Hermann Hesse, and that book changed my life. I think it's a book about the Buddha. Um, it's a fiction book, and then from there I got into reading about Theravada Buddhism, and then from Theravada Buddhism, after I read the Pali Canon, which is like the essential words of the Buddha, I started reading about Zen Buddhism. Zen Buddhism is very interesting, and I read a lot of books about Zen from some of the older teachers. Then I got pretty into Alan Watts and like what he said about it. And nowadays, I just follow a couple people. I eventually got a mentor and a guy named Lo Sang. He was the number 2 person at under the Dalai Lama, and frequented where I lived a lot, so I would ask him questions, and I would go like every 2 or 3 days a week to go meet with him, meditate with him, and just ask questions and stuff. And that's I've been a Theravada Buddhist for. I'd actually say, I mean, I actually might say this day and age nowadays, I think I might be more of a Zen Buddhist than a Theravada Buddhist. But that's kind of, I don't know. That's kind of, I'd have to really think about that, but I think it's true. There's a really great channel that on YouTube that I can introduce you to. That's just it's just the Alan Watts Foundation. It's all free and it's all of his content. I think you just type Alan Watts live, and not many people know about it. It's kind of a small channel, but it runs 24/7. It's just his talks. If you're interested in a very like he intersperses Buddhism and Hinduism a lot into this, and you don't want to like read the Vedas like I did. Like it's a fucking super annoying to read all the Vedas and everything. Can I link a YouTube for Zen Buddhism? Yeah, go for it. You're one of the people that got me interested in it. During my final year, I read Flower of Life. Is there any selection of resources on Buddhism and spirituality you have going forward? Yeah, I'll give you one with the caveat that you need to understand that by me giving you a resource on Buddhism, I am inadvertently taking you off the path. Okay? That by providing you information on your question, we're losing the meaning of the question, because the real answer is to pursue Buddhism from within. And that any kind of doctrine or any kind of explanation or any kind of thing I get you to follow or I get you to believe in is bad. Anything that I try to sell you, anything that I try to convince you of, anything that I want you to believe. But that said, I will give you a resource, and that's called the Plum Village. I would start with Four Noble Truths, which is a these are about hour-long talks from a monk under Thich Nhat Hanh, and I'll link you it here. They're super low quality in terms of the production, but it's just like a dude talking about it, and this is kind of a good place to start. But were I to teach Buddhism to you in the absolute traditional means of it, I would turn off my microphone, stand up, and leave. My parents and me and my siblings kept me off social media for a long time, and I feel very blessed because of it. I think like if I had kids, I would try to get it to the point where they couldn't have like a phone or anything until they bought one, until they worked for it themselves. Core biblical Christianity is the same thing. It speaks about not necessarily selling them on it, but introducing them and finding it themselves. Yeah. Christianity has a little bit more of an objective code, right? Like more of like a thing to do. But I think Christianity gets a very bad rap because like it's super cool to be like, well, I'm an atheist, obviously, like, but like in reality, like it's a religion of forgiveness, and like it has some very beautiful messages, especially in the New Testament. I didn't have a phone until I could work and pay a bill myself. I'm 25. Do you think it was better for you? Yo, don't weird chant me, please. Getting a job at 15 was the best thing that happened to me. Yeah, same. I got my first job at 16. I wouldn't trade it for anything. I had like an incredible shitty job at fuck. My first job ever, dude, was at an EB Games, if you guys remember those stores. Actually, it was called a GameStop back then. Or was it called an EB Games? Did EB Games become GameStop, or did GameStop become EB Games? I can't remember. I think EB Games became GameStop. So my first job was at a fucking EB Games. And I had this massive boss. And I mean massive, like he was a fucking Hulk of a man. Just this like 300-pound in like not fat, like just African American dude. And the dude was like and like I remember how big and like tough he was because one day he screamed like a little girl when he saw a spider. Even though he was just like such a like, and so like I was such a little bitch kid, dude. Like I was like like one of the things you got to do at EB Games is you got to like put the fucking games on the shelves, and you have to like everybody always fucks them up, and you got to like put the like games on the fucking shelves, right? And you have to like organize them. And keep in mind I'm fucking 16, so I'm 15 actually. This is before I started my ebook company. So like I'm 15 and a half, and I'm like, I hate doing this. Why do we always have to put these games back on the shelves? Why do we clean the shelves every single time when everyone is just going to come in and fuck this up in the morning? And I'll never forget this, dude. My manager, he walks over to me, he puts a hand on my shoulder and goes, Devin, do you take showers? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, why? You're just going to get dirty again. Clean the fucking shelves. And I'm like, okay. I never forget that. That was it. I cleaned those shelves. You better believe it. There was a game called Stronghold 1. This is a crazy job. The thing that sucked the most about that job is that, and I think GameStop still does this, they have a TV in the corner of every GameStop or EB Games. And it plays a reel of like an hour of just like what's happening, the latest games, some music. And one of them was like, you know, the Cut My Life into Pieces, like that song. It was playing. But the problem is that if you work at the store, you hear that same 1 hour repeat track over and over and over and over. So I heard that song like hundreds of times, and I was like, this is my last resort. It's going fucking insane. And like I would hear like these songs, I hear the same thing over and over again, and they change it like once every like 3 months. And it was such a fucking pain in the ass. So that was the one thing I hated. And the other thing I hated was, of course, the customers. I wonder if there is a single person that remembers this website. Back in the day, there was a website called axeofgourd.com. It's still up to this day. Axe of Gourd. Does anyone remember this website? Any like 50-year-old people in chat? This is a website that is a story of a guy who owns a game owner's worst customers. And it just goes through all of the dumbass people that most of you will not have heard of this website because most of you are young. But it's just a story. It's a series of stories written biblically about his worst customers. And I had a lot of like really bad customers and some just silly ones. And I remember for that Stronghold game, a guy came in and he's like, runs to the counter and he's like, Stronghold, do you have Stronghold? Do you have Stronghold? I want to play Stronghold. I want to play Stronghold so bad. And I'm like, I think we might have a copy of it. Let me check. I'm like going through my CDs. And then I look up and I'm like, sorry, I don't have Stronghold. And the guy starts weeping. Like weeping on the counter. Physically weeping. And he cries so much, I had to get a paper towel. And I remember wiping the tears off of my counter from this grown-ass man that I couldn't Give Stronghold 2. He was so sad. Holy shit. There's just some next level customers. That wasn't even my worst customer service job. My worst customer service job was I worked at a Hyatt. And one time the amount of shit that people would do at hotels. A Hyatt hotel. Hyatt hotel, not a hut. That was the worst job ever. I get so many stupid questions and so many people that would fuck with me. But the worst one, I was a concierge, so I just answered people's bitch questions. This was even worse because I already had money. So at this point, I had already ran my ebook business and I was clearing like fucking like 20 or 30K a month. My dad was like, you could tell I really listened to my parents. My dad was like, you need to go back to the workforce. And I'm like, why? I'm fucking killing it. And he's like, because if you don't go back, you won't know what normal people have to deal with and you'll become an asshole. And he was right. So I was like, fuck, okay. I'm going back. And I started working for this Hyatt as a concierge. And it was so terrible. Because this Persian family that had a shitload of money, it was like 10 people at the hotel. They took over the pool area. They broke all the glasses they were drinking wine in. They rolled up the glass in towels, and then they put the glass into the pool. And we had to shut down the entire pool area because they were such assholes, and it took us hours and hours to clean. They're just dickheads. They just and they just felt like they owned the place. It was a Hyatt in Incline Village, Nevada. I eventually yelled at my supervisor and got fired. Because I got butt mad about something. I can't even remember what the fuck it was. Who is your daddy? Sounds like a great... Yeah, my dad is my hero. I wouldn't be a tenth of who I am without my dad. I didn't know you've known Trade for so long. I remember your grandma's story. My grandma's story is a good story. Yeah. That's right. That is what happened. She wouldn't let me see my grandma. That story has a very, very good ending. That's just a good story. Like, the short of that story is the supervisor that I had was this older woman who was like past 50. And she was a very jealous person. So she, I think was very threatened by ambition, which many of like the young people coming through had. And so one day my grandmother, who was in her 80s at the time, she was coming up to Incline Village. And I don't know what it is, but I guess like old people can't fly. They just can't get in planes. I don't really know why. If you're old enough, you can't get in a plane. You just like fucking die or something. I don't know why. But this was like one of the last times that she could actually get into a plane and she could fly up to see the family because she's just getting old. She couldn't do it. So we had engineered this meeting between my grandma and I, who didn't get to spend a lot of time together. And we were going to go meet at a restaurant and have lunch together. So I didn't think it'd be a big deal because when I was like a concierge, like it wasn't a big deal to, just ask for some time off on my shift. But this woman that worked there, her name was Julie, and she got super ass mad because I was helping the general manager make a marketing sheet. Because remember, I told you I was punching below my weight class or above it or whatever it is. Below. And this general manager that was the person that ran the Hyatt, asked me to do I invented a marketing letter, which was just a sheet. I had an idea that like we could increase our sales of shit in the Hyatt of like our event sales, because we did like we had the lakes, so we did stuff like like boat rides, and we did like jet skiing and stuff. And I said we could increase the sales if we every week we put a little letter underneath people's door and just tell them what's going on. And then I called it the Hyatt Happenings. And this actually is still there to this day. They have it at the Incline Village Hyatt. So she got super ass mad that I invented that, because she thought that I was like going to try to become a hotel manager, and like I was like superseding her or whatever. When I don't give a fuck about working in a hotel, right? I don't care. But she used it against me, because when it came time to go see my grandma, I asked her, I said, hey, I got to take like an hour off of my shift today. Can I go see my grandmother? And she said, no, you can't. We're too busy. Well, there was no one fucking there. Like, this was like a super dead day. And even if there was, I had like 2 other people on shift. And like, I was like, no, like, you don't understand. Like, this is really important. Like, this is the last time my grandma's going to come up. Please let me see her. And she said no again. And I know she was doing it out of malice, right? Yeah, some people remember this story if they're OGs. I know she wasn't doing it because like there was a legitimate need. She was doing it because she was angry. She was doing it because she was like jealous. And so she was like, no, you can't see your grandma. And if you ask again, like, I'm going to take you off the shift. And at that point, and like, I'm not proud of this part of the story because I was a kid, but I went off. Like, I was like, listen, you're just an old bitch that is super threatened by me because you know I'm better than you, because I've made more money in the fucking past 2 years of my life since I was 14 than you did when you were 50. And you're fucking threatened by me. So that's why you don't want to, like, you don't want to let me do this. Like, you're never going anywhere in your life. You're just gonna be a complete failure. And she actually got so mad at me, she started throwing cups at me. And then security got called. It was all this fucking mess. It was really bad. And I got fired. That's the short of it. Is I got super fired. And like, they said they were gonna put me on like a blacklist where I could never go to hotels, and everything. But I ended up leaving, and then I walked off my shift and to the restaurant with my grandma, and I sat down with my grandma, and the first thing I said to my grandma, and I was like, you know, like the energy you bring in after like all that energy, like I got super fucking hyped. So like she's like, holy fuck, what the fuck happened? And she was like, damn, what's up? And I said, Grandma, I'm gonna promise you from this day on, I'm never working for another person ever again. I'm never gonna work for another person. And like, remember this is my promise to you. And I fucking did. From that day on, since that years and years later, I didn't. And that story has a very happy ending. So fast forward all the way to 2018. My grandmother's is dying, and she's in a old folks home, which happens to be about 30-minute drive from the CLG house. And a week before she died, I went to the old folks home, and I held her hand, and I told her, I did it because of you. You inspired me the whole way through. I never worked for another person. That is the greatest gift she gave me, man. True freedom. The motivation to do that. Did you tell her about the cup throwing? I left that out. I didn't tell her what happened. No, I just... Yeah, she was awesome. Like, back in the CLG days, you know, she had a while where she was staying at that home, so I would just, like, drive over there, and I would just, like, sit with her. Actually, one of the things that I think is one of the coolest things you can do, even if you don't have a relative in like an old folks home, you can always volunteer in them. And right now it's kind of hard because of COVID. But like, let's assume we get past that at some point. I would encourage everybody to volunteer in like an old folks home. It really changed me to spend some time there. You get an idea of where we're all going. and it's a pretty life-changing thing. Gives you a lot of value. I spent a lot of time. Okay, that's a deserved timeout. Come on. I have to time him out for that. Spend some time with some boomers. They'll teach you a lot about the world. Even if you don't have the time or motivation to regular volunteer, you can just drop by and ask to visit somebody. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. There's a lot of people that don't have anybody, and you could just visit them and just be a random dude that visits people. I think it's just important to know where we're going. Because like too many of us think that we're going to figure out the life equation before we get up to that point. And I don't think so, man. Every generation has thought that before. That must suck, Dick, being in an old folks' home and having no one visit you. Yeah, but I mean, when we're all old, we're just going to be playing video games, so. Thanks, Mendrax. That means a lot, man. Appreciate it. Raxif already gifted you a sub, but I would have. We're just going to be old people, like, fucking gaming on Discord. Still raging at League of Legends. I hope I'm still plat in League when I'm 70. I don't think an 80-year-old can physically play games. Bro, I would disagree with that because I swear to God, I've met at least a few on my League teams. On my Overwatch teams. That's the only way they could be that bad. You ever see that, like, Mercy player that's, like, not even gotten out of base and it's, like, 5 minutes into the game? And then she, like, wanders out and, like, heals an enemy? Like, that's... Have your gaming skills changed as you aged? Well, I've never been good at games. But I never played FPS. I played strategy games. And my ability to... My skill at strategy games, I don't think has really decreased. I'm sure if I was an FPS player, I would feel it because I know from esports that most of our players would start to feel it from like 25, 60, but like there's some esports where there's a lot of older players. Magic the Gathering is actually a pretty good example. There's a lot of older players that do fine. I mean, if I'm past 50 and can still play hardcore Path of Exile, just wait till Ashes of Creation comes out. That's the only game that I truly fear. I'm truly afraid of Ashes of Creation. That's the only game that I think in the next 5 years is a game that I could completely lose my life to. That I might ask the DEF CON 1. What happens to FPS players when they retire? A lot of esports guys try to find a job in the industry. Some of them try to stream. Most of them don't succeed. A lot of them go back to school. Ashes of Creation is a massively multiplayer PvP game coming out someday that hopefully not soon. That is a world MMO. It's based on player decisions building the world and is based on a lot of the very old school and OG ideas from like games like Dark Age of Camelot, including like realm versus realm combat, localized storage, and apparently, like, I don't know how real this is, but like areas of land that evolve and kind of like do more as you make player decisions around them. This is the only game I really have, like, because I'm one of those people, and I know that there are these other people in chat. I'm one of those people that has been waiting 10 years for a good MMO. since EverQuest 1 and Dark Age of Camelot. And I have been disappointed again and again and again. And I am waiting like the chick waiting for the dude to come back from the Titanic, and it never happens. And one day, I still believe my true love will descend, and I will embrace this game and disappear into true goblinhood. I have waited so long. And I know there are many brothers and sisters like me who believe this. So Ashes of Creation is the game that I think has the highest shot at doing that. Every other one has probably failed. For a while, I thought it might be Camelot Unchained, but it's not. It's not. Yeah, Eve is the only game I play now. I only play Eve. I played EQ on Bristlebane. I played EQ on MM. I played EQ on Sol and Zek. Camelot Unchained looked like it was the game, man. It had everything, but then people think it's New World, and they're crazy. New World's such a bad game. I don't care. Like I'm so convinced of that. New World is not it. New World is not it. Dark Age of Camelot's not it. Star Citizen's not it. The only game that actually I think has a remote chance is Ashes of Creation. And I for whatever reason I think Crowfall's moving too slowly. New World's gonna suck. Oh, okay. S-Fan knows. For whatever reason, Asmund thinks it's good. And I just don't understand why. Like, I don't get why Asmongold thinks that New World is a good game. I've come to realize that Asmongold might not have a good taste in games. I don't know. Like, I don't believe he thinks it's good. He was, like, so excited about it. Warhammer Age of Reckoning was really cool. I played the shit out of Warhammer. What is very depressing about Warhammer is how good that game could have been if Mythic had actually been given free reign to work on it. Because that was old Mythic under EA, but EA fucked over Age of Reckoning way too bad. Age of Reckoning originally was going to launch with like 8 factions. It had like 2 more years of development. It was insanely good. Asmon's desperate to stream other games besides WoW. Yeah, I fucking feel that. That's fine. I get that 100%. Even though Warhammer was like a shit version of what it should have been, I still played that shit for thousands of hours. But for me, nothing will ever beat Star Wars Galaxies. I did play that. Nothing will ever beat Dark Age of Camelot or EverQuest 1. PvP and EQ1, respectively, was the best time I've ever had in my life. EQ1 was like better than any relationship I've ever been in, any friendship, anything. EverQuest 1 and being in that world was like literally better than life. It was truly amazing. Thanks, Hollow. And then, like, Dark Age of Camelot was that again. Hey, thanks, Peach. Appreciate it. That's super cool of you. Thank you very much for the raid. If you took DOC and Vanilla WoW and mashed them together, that'd be the MMO for you. Have you looked much into Ashes of Creation? Because I think Ashes of Creation has the highest chance of being that. Couldn't you play it today, EverQuest 1? No. EQ1 is like changed. It's like a cash shop now. There's like progression servers. It's not the same game. Difficulty in MMOs was a weird thing back then because a lot of the time, like, it was very weird things that added almost irrelevant difficulty that you wouldn't think of. An example is like encumbrance. So in this day and age, you can just go into the cash shop, buy a 60 slot bag that's like the bag fucker 3000, and it like gives 100% unencumbrance. But way back in EQ1, you had to manage your inventory space. You had to think very carefully what you had to pick up. Like everything mattered. It's like very small stuff like that. The other thing that killed EverQuest 1 was instancing, where now you like have like it killed WoW too. It was a huge problem in WoW, especially in when AQ was opening, and like that was like it was like a really really big problem. Yeah, see, S-Fan, he says, I've looked a little bit into Ashes and I agree it's got the best chance, but we'll see. See, I understand you, man. You're hurt. You're a battered person because all of the other MMOs have hurt you and you don't want to believe. And I understand, man. I'm right there with you, brother. That's my feeling as well on Ashes of Creation. Is like I want to be hopeful, but I've been hurt so many times. I just the graveyard of games that has happened so many times that I've just been unable to believe again. I'm unable to trust again. This has been too much pain. Go back to the days assign evil eye bags. Yep. Did you really think that things such as limited backpack space and things make a game better? Yeah. Artificially enforced difficulty makes a game better. This is something that Dark Souls understands and that some people understand intuitively still in this day and age. That making something difficult and challenging in a way that causes players to have to solve those problems creatively is a very good idea. We got into this meta where we think that better gaming equals more accessibility. And it's just not true. It's just not true. More accessibility and more simpler doesn't mean better. It's one of the biggest mistakes that gaming has made. Not everybody can have everything. Star Wars Galaxies understood this. That's why Jedi were so fucking awesome. Not everybody can have everything. You have to have nots to have haves. And the people that get the best shit work the hardest. And then everybody else doesn't, but looks up to them. I remember back on Dark Age of Camelot when there were people that were like the best crafters in the land. And you had to find them. They had to be logged into the server. And they were the only people that knew how to make like really fucking crazy armor for you. And you'd have to like go talk to them. And you respected those people. Like the people knew them. There are still people who know the guilds back then of those days because those people accomplished so much crazy shit. But when you give all that shit to like 1,000 people or 1,000,000 people, like nobody cares. I hope for Ashes of Creation. Classic, hopefully they don't blow up, but we'll see from there. My stream has changed so much, I'm basically variety. Yeah, that's good. No, you're doing really well. I'm always keeping an eye on you. What happened was like pay to win basically drove this level of like I feel like Genshin Impact is basically the highest tier of pure evil. I think that's like the greatest in America, right? Like I think in Asian countries there's been more. This has been there for longer, but like an incredibly accessible, seamless game that just leads you into buying more shit. Black Desert was also this too for different reasons. When I watched like Vigors like put like $500 into like trying to get one item. It's hard, man. It's hard to see. All of that monetization shit pushed games to be super accessible so that everybody can play them, so that everybody can spend money. players don't want to face the fact that like they may not be able to get everything out of a game. Like in EverQuest 1, just to get an epic weapon for your class could take up to a month of questing. And it did and you could not do it alone. That was another thing too, is that you could not do it alone. You needed people who would actually dedicate their time to helping you get that weapon. That would actually help you get that weapon. Like you needed like a group of 20 people sometimes, like sometimes more if you're like a cleric or whatever. Like you would need people that were willing to do that just for you. And they would do it because they knew that you would do it for them. And that's what created like real. This is like what the people from Vanilla WoW miss, right? Because Vanilla WoW took a lot. I'm saying this as respectfully as possible because S fans in chat. Vanilla WoW took many influences from EverQuest 1. So they got this feeling as well that in Vanilla WoW, all the way up through Lich King, you had this feeling that your guild was your guild because they worked together to get you things that was not to benefit to them because the rising tide lifts all boats. And that's something that's like completely gone from gaming now. The other, like, so when someone asked me before, like, do you think that something like artificial weight matters in like, it doesn't seem like it does. Like, let me give you something that I think honestly is like one of the most important things in gaming and is like a really overlooked thing. Localized storage. I think localized storage is one of the most defining factors of a MMO. This is one of the reasons why EVE is such an incredibly good game, even this day and age. It's the only game that I play now. Like, localized storage means that you have to think logistically about how, okay, so like, what do I mean by localized storage? If you go to a bank in World of Warcraft and you open the bank, and then you go to Orgrimmar, and then you go from Orgrimmar to Ironforge and you open a bank, well, you can't because those are different factions. But if you go from Ironforge to Northrend or whatever, like, and you open a bank or Stormwind, it will be the same bank. It'll be the exact same items that are in it. But in localized storage, what will happen is every bank will be unique. Every city will be unique. And what that causes you to do is you have to think logistically about where your items exist and what happens. So, for example, in EVE Online, right? Because like someone's like in chat, like, why would you not want that? And I'll show you why. So, like in EVE Online, this entire place is a living galaxy, and every single one of these little dots is a star system. Now, if I wanted to get something from over here to over here, this would be a fucking endeavor. I would have to have an incredible logistics chain to figure out how to do this. And like, so that's an example of something that's like, you wouldn't even think. It's like, oh, well, why would you just not have like general storage everywhere? Well, because if you're fighting a war against other players, and like, this is like that little concept right there completes, like, that makes supply chains, that makes front lines for battles, that makes that makes like logistics very difficult where you can attack supply chains. There's like all kinds of stuff going on, and that's the same thing that I think Ashes of Creation has with localized storage, where they're intentionally doing this thing with like caravanning, where you can be a merchant and people can like attack your shit. This is like you wouldn't expect this to be like a really big deal, but fuck, it's such a big deal. It's such a big deal because like right now in the EVE War, which is a war that's been happening over the last 6 months with thousands, hundreds of thousands of players, logistics is a huge factor. Where you place your ships, how many ships you have, how fast they can get there, what's going on. It's a massive, massive thing you wouldn't think about, but it is that because of localized storage. So there are these small difficulty type of things that you wouldn't think are a big deal that actually add up to make a really great game. Go ahead and show a JF kill mail. I would not show a JF kill mail because I don't lose my JF, sir. How much real time does it take to move ships long distances in EVE? You may not be able to. Like, if you want to get one ship from one side of the galaxy to the other, there may not be a way to do that, right? Or like, you would logistically need to plan so well to avoid enemies that you would you may not be able to do it. You might just get killed by another faction. But like, man, something like a jump freighter, which is a ship in EVE that is literally just a transport ship. It's a job to transport stuff around. And something like this, because of its importance and the way that the EVE currency attaches to real life currency, has an actual real value in the real world. And this was a real loss for someone, and this ship is never coming back, which is another thing that I think is missing from MMOs, is that sense of loss, that idea of loss. Like, man, if you died in EverQuest, you fucking felt it. It sucked because you lost experience. You might lose your gear because you have to go find your corpse. And if you can't find it or you're in a bad situation, you lose your gear. It's like, I think a lot of games, like, the problem is they tried to go so hard on it. Like games, like we had games like Darkfall, but that was just like 100% item drop, like you're totally fucked. New World, but when they still had a sack before Amazon gutted it, their original idea was you would lose items on death. And now, of course, like there's absolutely no cost to be in New World, I think. Just doesn't matter. And so a game was either like too nice or it was just like too much on that line. There's a proper level of risk versus reward that has to be like put in every game. And most games most games have absolutely no risk, right? And a few games have all the risk. EVE is like one of the only games left that has like that really good risk to risk reward balance. And this is one of the reasons why a lot of people play games like Path of Exile Hardcore or Escape from Tarkov, because but those are still not like MMOs. You're kind of like you're sort of a bank in that game. You're a bank that's collecting items, which is not a bad thing. I have 3,000 hours in PoE, but like you're a bank that's collecting items to make your sort of net worth more powerful. But in a good MMO, you're that, but you're a single character. Yeah, I still think that EVE is the best game ever made. And I still play it every day. EVE is a game that is so good on so many levels that it's one of the last bastions of games that I think still like has a soul. But I unironically say that nobody should play EVE because there's two possible outcomes that can happen from you playing EVE. Number one is that you hate it, which is most people. And you just like, I just waste your time. You play it for a couple of days. You're like, I don't get this. I don't feel it. And then you quit. Number two is the actual worst outcome. And that's that you love it. And if you fall in love with EVE, you will never stop. Your life is over. You will play that game every single day until you pull yourself out of the infinite void that you have fallen into, to which some people never return. Because if you're the type of person that enjoys EVE, you will never stop playing EVE, ever. It is such a good game. You will never leave. So it's like like either way, it might not be the play. How long have you been playing EVE? My oldest character I created in 2004 was my oldest character, who I still have today. He has 189 million skill points. And then I created another character in 2009, and those are my two mains. And then other ones, yeah, I have a legit like full-blown subcap Titan pilot. He flies a Wolverine mostly right now, a super carrier. I have 6 accounts. My oldest one's 2004. I have 2009. What do you mainly do in EVE? Market, PvP, and logistics. I build businesses at EVE. My thing in EVE is basically if I get tired of building my business in real life, I go to EVE and I build my business there. So I run a small corp and I do industry logistics for a much larger alliance. Devin's got a second life with the same job on EVE. Yeah, I do. Actually, I have 3 jobs now where I'm a CEO. I have mine, I have the EVE job, and then I also role play a CEO in Callus Row, so Arcadum's campaign. So I role play this dude who's the president of a corporation in Kalis Row, which is a VR chat world that Arcadum runs. That's a RP world. It's basically like 160 players that role play every Friday in a Shadowrun type universe. Do you ever feel like you'll get bored of life as a whole? No. I feel like I could live 1,000 lifetimes and never get bored. There's so much to know, so much to learn. Is there D&D for you tomorrow? Yeah, I think we're playing, right? I don't see why we wouldn't. Yeah, we'll be playing at 2 p.m., which means I should probably go soon. Any specific marketing books that you'd recommend? Nope, because I typically only recommend books specifically to people that ask about a subject, since I think books are highly personal. I got timed out for 2 weeks for my first message. Well, that sucks. What was your message? Did you say my view count? That was a 2-week timeout? That seems fucking savage. Holy shit. Raxif timed you out for 1,187,000 seconds for saying my view count. Usually the view count is a timeout, but it shouldn't be that. I don't know. Maybe Raxif was feeling homicidal. I'm sorry. It's fucking brutal. Damn. Shit, dude. I got a permaban for the day before Christmas for calling Quinn an Aussie. Blastoise, thank you very much for the raid, man. Welcome. Thanks a lot, dude. Yeah, you guys, we need to let him spam. Hang on. There you go. Go crazy. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. So that's the short. That's the very. Actually, it's not short. That was the very long reason why I think it's going to be hard for us to return to the era of good MMOs, but it is possible, and I do still believe to some extent. Welcome. I'm Devin Nash. I am a industry dude, so I do not tonight. Tonight we're just talking about whatever. But normally I run a show where we talk about the stuff that goes on in the business world of digital media and industry. This is my part-time thing. I don't stream full-time. I'm a normally what I do is I run an agency, so it's nice. You guys to come check it out. Been watching a lot of your YouTube videos. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. They're obviously working for you. Yeah, killer stream. Don't game genres sometimes die permanently? I don't think MMOs are dead, and I don't think RTS is dead. You know what I think is going to resurrect RTS? I think it's going to be Mike Mordheim's new studio. That he got together all the OG. Thanks for the follows, guys, by the way. He got all the OG people together for the... What is it? What's this? Is it called? What's his studio called? Whatever it is, I think they said that their main goal is going to be to resurrect RTS. Oh, you're that Blastoise. You're right. Oh, cool. Very cool. Nice to see you here. Yeah, I know who you are. Dreamhaven. Yeah, Dreamhaven and Frost Giant is going to make the RTS. I bet that game's going to be good. I don't think that RTS is dead. I think that Blizzard is dead. Devin Nash loves Riot Games. Dude, of course I do. Unironically. I'm the person I am because of Riot Games. I still believe that RTS is not dead. I also think that's the actually funny enough. I think that Riot is actually one of the only studios that can bring back RTS if they choose to. They haven't announced the game, but if they wanted to, they could bring back RTS as well. I don't know if they will because of stuff like TFT, which is kind of like a hybrid strategy game. But they totally could. Blizzard's dead. Blizzard will never make a new game. That's good. Like Diablo 4 will be bad, for example. I think RTS is dead coming from a Warcraft StarCraft fan. The key motivations for RTS are split. Mechanical mastery turned towards MOBA games. Those that would want strategy would move towards CCG, TFT, or SLG. I think that there's still room for a StarCraft 2-esque type of game, which relies like heavy on micro and has like a macro component. I think there's still a desire for that. I don't know how big the desire is, but I think that that could exist. Can I send you a t-shirt? Yeah, of course. My address is super easy to find. Just go to nerdfusionstudios.com or .tv.com. I don't remember. Yeah, and then at the bottom here is my address. You can send it if you want. I'll link it in the chat. The problem with StarCraft 2 was too mechanically intensive. You didn't have to play strategically. You just had to play faster than everyone else. I think you had to do both. Coming from a person who was a master Zerg, I think that you had to do both. I think the desire for a true RTS is there in like in the form of like another like, and even if it's like, we have to consider like, okay, if you're Riot Games, like your definition of success is different from if you're Dreamhaven. If Dreamhaven gets 100,000 active players, that's probably going to be a success. If Riot gets 100,000 active players, like, why the fuck are we wasting our time? So, like, is there an RTS that could become like a League of Legends type of enterprise? Probably not. But is there a RTS that could cover that genre of like, cover that itch of like people that are really looking for that kind of like micro macro type of experience? I think for sure. And I think there's a lot of players and a potential esport behind it. And that's interesting to people. Warcraft 4 was our last chance of having a good RTS. Yep. But then you got Warcraft Reforged, and how did that go? Warcraft Reforged was the moment I truly lost faith in Blizzard and realized they were never going to make another game that was good. And that's why I have like literally my anticipation level for Diablo 4 is actually 0. It's like I'll play it because I'm a simp and I'll you have to play it, but I won't enjoy playing it. I literally refunded my copy of Reforged. Yeah, I did too. No way that Diablo 4 is actually a good game. Meanwhile, you've got like, damn, dude. Meanwhile, you've got games like Path of Exile just releasing content every 3 months and just fucking grinding it out. I never bought Reforged. Why was it so bad? Because before Reforged came out, nobody realized, including me, that you could actually make a remake of a game that was worse than the original. In every single way. Features, benefits, content, bugs. The whole idea of a remake is that you make a better game, right? You remake it. But they remade it into something that was substantially worse than it was before. And then I'm like, okay, these guys aren't going to get it. Like, Overwatch 2 is going to be a meme. It's basically going to be an expansion for Overwatch you pay $60 for. And same with Diablo 4 when it comes out too. Why haven't we heard anything about Overwatch 2, by the way? I haven't heard anything about Overwatch 2 in a minute. They're ashamed of it. It's a dead game. We'll hear at BlizzCon Online. I see. Dude, Riot Games as a studio is actually killing it right now. I made a YouTube video about this at some point, like a couple months ago. That like Riot is like simultaneously just fucking dominating so many critical genres right now. Valorant is dead. Valorant is not dead. People that say that Valorant is dead don't understand how Riot works on games. The Riot is willing to invest in a game's development for years and years and years and years and years. Think about how long it took for CSGO to do what it does in its current iteration. CSGO took many, many, many years to get there. League of Legends took many, many years to get there, right? So Valorant is like people that are looking at Valorant. I said this during the beta too. That like people that are looking at Valorant for what it is right now, for the game that it is right now, they don't see that like Riot doesn't have a 5-month plan to dominate esports for shooters. Riot has a 10-year plan, just like it was for League of Legends. They're going to keep iterating on that game. They're going to keep building the game. They're going to keep reinventing it. They're going to keep making it better and better and better and keep optimizing it and keep building upon it until that game becomes the best FPS. And that's Riot's strategy for everything. That's exactly what they did for MOBAs. And that's exactly what they'll do for their fighting game. That's exactly what they'll do for their ARPG. And that's exactly what they'll do for their shooter. And it's like once you understand that like they like have a base clay and they're just going to keep molding it into something that works. Like people think that Valorant is like this is the only like shade of Valorant that's there, but that's not how this shit works. Like the way that it works is like Riot is going to keep investing in that shit for years and years and years until it becomes fucking great. If you look at Twitch, the top 10 games on Twitch, 8 out of 10 of the games that are there are 9 out of 10 of the games that are there are all games that are older than 5 years. And then the other game that isn't is Fortnite, which is almost as old. So games take a long time to sort of percolate and get very popular, like League of Legends, World of Warcraft, Dota 2, GTA 5, right? These are games that take a really long time to sort of build up. And we think that it will, like, that a game will come out and just, like, sweep everything. It doesn't, like, really happen. Even Among Us is a 2.5-year-old game. Among Us came out in 2000, or maybe even older. Maybe it's a 3-year-old game. And when Among Us came out, it had 15 players, which is basically just the developers and their friends. And it stayed that way for 2 years till it became this. There's many, many games that will continuously iterate. And some games will be big for a while and then die. You know, in like 3 to 6 months or even shorter than that. Like Cyberpunk, for example, will be like a huge game because it's single player. Everybody will play it out. And then like within a month, that'll be out. But the consistent top 10 games are ones that are older than 5 years old. So I think that they'll just keep iterating. And that's why I think Riot has like a pretty incredible grip on the scene for the next like 5 to 10 years. Riot is investing in genres. Where do you check the top 10 games? You can just go to like a blog like I am tired, yeah. You can just go to a blog, check like the top games. League of Legends, Fortnite, CSGO, Grand Theft Auto, Dota 2, Hearthstone, Escape from Tarkov, Path of Exile, World of Warcraft. Like, there you go, right? Every game is older than 5 years besides Fortnite. These are all old games that constantly build up on their player bases and continuously add new content. That's what makes a great game. Well, we can just look at. I mean, yeah, it doesn't matter if it's 2019. I just pull up something random, but you guys can do your own research. Bunch of gotcha Garys in chat. The OG games, yeah. Notice that like a lot of the newer games that are there are not on there, right? Because it takes an enormous amount of developer resources to create a game in like a community, and that's why most people won't do it. So people, I feel like people that are looking at Valorant as like, oh, this game like sucks right now. They're not looking at it like they're not looking at it in the long term. Riot's game plan is 10 years. I am tired, dude. I'm exhausted. Can I go to bed? Let's go to bed. We're going to bed. Special night stream. I think it's a good way to call it. 4.5 hours. It's a long time for us. Let's get out of here. We'll be back tomorrow, 2 p.m. PST. We're going to run a Dungeons & Dragons show with Soda Poppin', Moon, Sure4, Artful, Gator Vigors, and Arcadum over on their channel. You can go to any of those channels to go see that. Then after that, I think late night, we might do a virtual reality stream. Maybe. We'll see. We might do a VR stream. I don't know. Should be cool. If I might stream it, I might not. I don't know. At least for a while. We'll see. See how we're feeling. Either way, thank you guys for coming out for a very chill stream, a very rare chill stream of ours. I'll be back on later. I'll be on Discord. Discord.gg/Devin is the place where our whole community hangs out. We've got a really great group of people there. Come check it out. Other than that, nothing much. I think we're trying to hit 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. It looks like right now we're at 94.4K. That means over 1,000 people subscribed just today. So if you want to jump on that, 6,000 more, and we're there. So thank you guys very much. That's going to be incredible. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. Thank you very much for being here. I will see you guys again mañana for the D&D show. I'm going to play you guys out on a very nice song. Thank you guys so much for being here. And thank you, very big shout outs to everybody that gifted subs, followed, supported the stream, or gave a tip or anything. I hope this was a good show for you guys. Thanks. I'll see you in Discord. Until then, good night, everybody. Take care. Bye.